Chapter 2899. Even if Lu Ming could protect himself, Ouyang Qingxiang was still in danger. That was why Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to fight with her. Explode. Explode. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The 3 nine-clawed divine dragon Dharma appearances exploded with a loud bang, forming a terrifying wave of energy. In an instant, the Supreme King Kong transformed by the Paragon Saint was forced to retreat continuously. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged out of the encirclement and charged toward Ouyang Qingxiang. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxiang was fully focused on defense. Green lotus flowers floated around her, blocking the attacks, but she was still in imminent danger. That was because there were people in the Mystic Academy stronger than her. Even if she focused on defense, she was still in danger. Scram! At this moment, Lu Ming arrived. His spear pressed down, turning into a dozen huge spear images that pressed down like a mountain range. Rumble! The spear light pressed down, causing a terrifying vibration. Fuko Seiko, the holy son of Jixia, the holy son of Yen Sky, the holy daughter of Shuatan, and the other 6 holy sons and holy daughters of the Mystic Academy all had a change in expression. With a roar, each of them unleashed their strongest attacks at Lu Ming. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations erupted, and more than 10 figures were pushed back. Saint Sun Fuguang and the rest of the top 10 experts were blasted back by Lu Ming's one move. They were at least 100 meters away. A few of them with weaker cultivation levels even trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. How terrifying! The same thought appeared in their minds. They were also holy sons, but even with so many of them working together, they were still pushed back by Lu Ming. Some of them were even injured. Lu Ming's strength shocked them. Let's go. Lu Ming dashed past. A stream of divine power wrapped around Ouyang Qingxiang, and they dashed forward. Where do you think you're going? Chase. The Paragon Universe and Four-Eyed Emptiness roared as they chased after Lu Ming. The others followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had traveled several thousand li. However, Lu Ming was even faster. He was like a rock flying through the air, constantly pulling away from Paragon Cosmos, Four-Eyed Holotemple, and the others. Damn it! The universe supremacy roared. The killing intent in his heart was extremely dense. Lu Ming had to die. Otherwise, the fact that he had colluded with the Mystic Academy to kill Lu Ming would definitely be exposed. When that time came, even if he had someone backing him up, he would never be able to make a name for himself in the Kongxian school. He would be despised by everyone. Therefore, he must kill Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Don't worry, just let him run in this direction. His eyes were empty, but his face was calm. Could it be in that direction? A thought occurred to Autark Cosmos Master, and his eyes lit up. That's right. Emojioyi is coming from that direction. If he runs in that direction, he'll be walking right into the trap. So, we just have to keep chasing from behind and let him run forward. Four-Eyed Emptiness sneered. That's great. Autark Cosmos Master was overjoyed. Of course, their conversation was through telepathy. They were afraid that Lu Ming would hear them. The chase continued for another half an hour. The distance between the two parties had widened. Autark Cosmos Master and the others could barely see Lu Ming's figure. Not good. Lu Ming, stop. At this moment, Gumo's voice rang out. What's wrong? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but stop. There's an expert in front of us. He's very strong. You're definitely not his match. He's fast. He's almost there. Quickly change direction. Gumo said loudly. He was a little anxious. Could it be Emojioyi? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The first thing he thought of was Emojioyi. Since Four-Eyed Emptiness and the others had appeared, Emojioyi was probably on this planet as well. Without thinking, Lu Ming immediately changed direction and rushed to the left. Damn it! Why did he change direction? Did he discover Emojioyi? After him! Four-Eyed Emptiness shouted angrily and chased in Lu Ming's direction. Rumble! Lu Ming had just changed direction and ran for a short distance when he sensed a terrifying aura coming from the direction he had come from. The speed of the aura was extremely shocking. When it first appeared, it was still far away. In a few breaths, it appeared not far away. It's Emojioyi. Lu Ming looked around and saw Mo Jioye's figure. A layer of black light appeared outside Mo Jioye's body, making him look like a dark cloud. He chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. His speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. The distance between him and Lu Ming was constantly closing. At first, the two parties were still a few thousand miles apart. Soon, the distance between them was less than 1,000 miles. After running for a while, the distance between the two parties was less than 300 miles. If this continued, Lu Ming would be caught soon. Lu Ming die. Mo Jioye's cold voice sounded. The black light around his body surged and turned into a pitch-black claw. It crossed the distance of a few hundred miles and grabbed at Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. Lu Ming used the Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. 3 huge 9-clawed dragons condensed and pounced at Mo Jioye's claw. Child's play. Break. Mo Jioye shouted coldly as the pitch-black claw came down. Bam. 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 With 3 booming sounds, the 3 9-clawed Divine Dragon Dharma characteristics collapsed. They were unable to stop the black claws at all. The black claws continued to move toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He turned around and used all his strength to attack. Lu Ming used the second move of the 3 annihilating strikes, moon slashing. Holding the spear with both hands, he slashed down. A crescent-shaped spear light blasted at the pitch-black claw. When the crescent-shaped spear light struck the pitch-black claw, there was a violent explosion. The crescent-shaped spear light trembled, and then exploded. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful force surging from his spear. His body shook violently and his huge body frantically retreated. Puff. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He also felt a pitch-black energy covering his body. It had a terrifying corrosive power that wanted to corrode his body. What a terrifying divine power! Lu Ming's face was grave. The 6 divine fires in his body revolved at full power. Divine power rushed to the surface of his body to block the incoming divine power. Mo Jioye's divine power was a type of divine-grade divine power. Its power was astonishing. Let's go! Lu Ming did not stop. While blocking the divine power, he ran forward. You have some strength, but it's not enough. Kill. Mo Jioye shouted coldly and launched another attack from a distance. Lu Ming ran forward while blocking the attacks. Mo Jioye's strength was truly astonishing. Lu Ming could already sense that Mo Jioye's cultivation was at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm. However, he controlled a divine-grade divine power. His strength was much stronger than the likes of the Sovereign Universe and Four-Eyed Empyrean. Lu Ming was not his opponent at all. Even if he was attacking from a distance, the power was still astonishing. Chapter 2900. Although Mo Jioye's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm, which was on par with Sovereign Universe and Four-Eyed Empyrean, his battle prowess far surpassed theirs. Even after exchanging a few blows, Lu Ming felt that he was far from being Mo Jioye's match. After a few moves, Lu Ming's blood boiled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The distance between him and Mo Jioye was rapidly closing. That kid is dead for sure. Behind him, Sovereign Universe was overjoyed, and he increased his speed to chase after Lu Ming. He wanted to join forces with Mo Jioye to attack Lu Ming. This can't go on. Lu Ming's thoughts raced. If this continued, Mo Jioye would catch up to him soon. When Sovereign Universe and Four-Eyed Empyrean caught up, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Only death awaited him. Lu Ming, there is only one way now. Fly in the direction of the star, toward the planet closest to the star. The gravitational force will be stronger as it is closer to the star. The environment there will definitely be more complicated. You will then have a chance to escape. Bone Devil's voice sounded. He was very knowledgeable, and quickly came up with a plan. All right. Lu Ming did not hesitate, and struck out with his spear. A huge spear light collided with Mo Jioye's attack. Lu Ming's body shook violently, but at the same time, Lu Ming borrowed the momentum to soar into the sky. The cry of a Kuan Peng resounded as Lu Ming executed the 9 heavens Kuan Peng art. Abundant God force formed a Kuan Peng on the surface of Lu Ming's body. With a flap of its wings, the Kuan Peng soared 90,000 li into the sky, rushing towards the planet closest to the star. You want to escape? Dream on. Mo Jiuyi reacted, and his figure also soared into the sky, chasing after Lu Ming. Behind him, Sovereign Universe, Four-Eyed Empyrean, and the rest also soared into the sky, chasing after Lu Ming. Rushing out of the starry sky, Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens Kuan Peng art with all his might, and his speed became even faster. For a moment, Mo Jiuyi actually couldn't catch up to Lu Ming. The two sides, one fleeing and the other chasing, crossed a long distance, and rapidly approached the planet closest to the star. From afar, the planet closest to the star was fiery red, as if it was shrouded in a layer of fiery red clouds. It was a dazzling sight. Very soon, Lu Ming was not far from the planet. Lu Ming, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you'll still die. Emojio's Royi chased after Lu Ming Empyrean. He heavens earths you. Heaven, he's heaven, heaven, earth's earth, planet, 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 planets, heaven, heaven. Heaven, earth, 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 earth. S's. S-level Empyrean level heaven, heaven? What a terrifying gravitational force. Lu Ming revealed a shocked expression. The gravitational force of this planet was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. It was extremely terrifying. Even Lu Ming almost fell for it due to his carelessness. But before Lu Ming could recover, a gale attacked Lu Ming. Its speed was extremely shocking, and before Lu Ming could react, he was swept away by the gale. Hot. That was Lu Ming's first thought. This gale was incomparably hot, and its temperature was even more terrifying than lava. Lu Ming felt a burning sensation on his skin. Lu Ming hastily circulated his divine energy to resist. Only then did he feel a bit better. However, this gale's power was too shocking. Even if Lu Ming wanted to use his full power to charge out, he was unable to do so. He could only be swept away by the gale. Behind him, Mo Jiuyi had followed Lu Ming into this planet. But his fate was the same as Lu Ming's. As soon as he charged in, he was also swept away by the gale. Unable to control himself, he was swept away in a different direction from Lu Ming. After Mo Jiuyi, Sovereign Universe, Four-Eyed Empyrean, Fuko Seiko, and the others all charged into this planet. But those with weaker cultivation bases were even more miserable. They were unable to control themselves, and they were sucked in by the terrifying gravitational force. They fell to the ground heavily injured. As for those with higher cultivation bases, although they were able to resist the gravitational force, they were swept away by the gale. It was unknown where they were sent flying. The group of people had all scattered. Lu Ming was swept along by the gale. He didn't know how far he had flown. Slowly, the gale's power weakened, and Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge out of the gale and fly back to the ground. Bang! Lu Ming landed heavily on the ground. The hardness of the ground here was even more astonishing. It was several times harder than the ground of the previous few planets. The powerful gravitational force was constantly acting on Lu Ming's body, forcing Lu Ming to constantly circulate his divine power to resist. Lu Ming was on guard. But after waiting for a while, nothing happened. It seems that the gale only exists in the sky of this planet. It's relatively rare on the ground. As long as I avoid it carefully, I should be fine. Lu Ming pondered, and then released his right palm. Ouyang Qingxiang was sitting cross-legged on Lu Ming's palm. At this moment, Lu Ming was in his ancient god body. He was a few hundred meters tall, and his palm was incomparably huge. It was very easy for him to hold Ouyang Qingxiang. Lu Ming, are you okay? Where are Mo Jiuyi and the others? Ouyang Qingxiang quickly asked. I got rid of them, Lu Ming said. As he spoke, Lu Ming's body quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary person. Then he felt a wave of weakness. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had been maintaining his ancient god body for a long time, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. Then, the two of them randomly chose a direction and ran. Soon, they found a secluded place where the two of them temporarily rested. A few days later, the two of them had recovered to their peak state. Only then did they leave this place and move forward. Soon, the two of them had a harvest. Lu Ming found a few pieces of strange metal. In the next few days, the two of them continued to harvest. There were actually a lot of precious metals on this planet. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. This planet was the closest to the star, so it was the most affected by the formation. It was indeed extraordinary. Caw. Suddenly a sharp cry came from ahead. Is there a living creature? Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang were stunned. Listening to the sound, it seemed to be the cry of a bird. But on this planet, in such a harsh environment, there were still living creatures? The two of them were very curious and flew in the direction of the sound. Boom, boom. Soon, the two of them heard a violent roar. Someone was fighting. The two of them quickly concealed their aura. After flying for a while, they finally saw the situation clearly. 5 young men and women were engaged in a fierce battle with 3 giant birds. They are from the Chonglu sect. Ouyang Qingxiang recognized the origin of the 5 people at a glance. They were the geniuses of the Chonglu sect, one of the top 10 sects in the Qintian 13 sects. The Chonglu sect was considered to be one of the top 10 sections. Of course, it was still a little inferior to the Kongxian school. The 5 people in front of them were very strong. 3 of them were saints. The strongest one was not weaker than Ouyang Qingxiang. Chapter 2901. The 5 of them were fighting against 3 large snow-white birds with a wingspan of more than 50 meters. No, they're not real creatures. They're made of energy. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He could see that the 3 large birds were not living creatures at all. They were made of energy and had no aura of life. Chonglu flying snow. The 5 young men and women from Chonglu sect were all using a battle axe with amazing power. The battle axe completely suppressed the 3 large birds, especially the black-robed young man whose strength was not weaker than Ouyang Qingxiang. He chopped down with his battle axe and chopped off a large bird's wing. Kill! The black-robed young man shouted, and swung his battle axe horizontally with the power to split open the sky. The large bird's head was chopped off, and its body collapsed directly. To Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's surprise, the large bird turned into a stream of energy after it collapsed, and poured into the black-robed young man's body. The black-robed young man looked satisfied and excited. Kill! Then, the black-robed young man attacked the other 2 large birds. Not long after, the remaining 2 giant birds were slain. Similar to the previous one, the 2 giant birds collapsed and turned into streams of energy that were absorbed by the 5 young men and women. Awesome, this is awesome. If this goes on, our cultivation will break through soon. A young woman's face was filled with excitement. Yes, I don't know what these large birds are. After killing them, we can absorb their energy. This is a great opportunity. Let's continue moving forward. The black-robed young man said. Then the 5 of them continued moving forward. Soon, several large birds appeared and pounced on the black-robed young man and his group. What a waste! They're simply wasting natural resources by absorbing it like that. I'm so angry. In the sea of consciousness, the quantifying character formula shouted unhappily. Old quantifying character, do you know what those large birds are? Lu Ming asked. Nonsense, of course I know. They're formed by the energy overflowing from the stellar core fragment. The energy of the stellar core fragment is extremely pure, so the energy overflowing from the stellar core fragment can be absorbed directly. The quantifying character formula said. Stellar core fragment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was no wonder that the black-robed youth's group of 5 were able to absorb the energy of that huge bird after killing it. It's a complete waste for them to absorb the energy like that. I'm afraid they can't even absorb half of the energy. The rest will dissipate. If it were me, I would definitely be able to absorb 100% of the energy. The quantifying formula said. Are you saying that there are stellar core fragments in this area? Lu Ming asked. That's right, kid. If you get the stellar core fragment, I'm confident that I can help you break through to the heavenly god realm in a short time. The quantifying formula said. I must get the stellar core fragment. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance. As Lu Ming was about to rush out and chase the black-robed young man away, so that he could claim the place for himself, a few beams of light rapidly approached him from the distance. It's him, Four-Eyed Emptiness. Lu Ming glanced around and found that the newcomer was the peerless prodigy of the Mystic Academy, Four-Eyed Emptiness. There were also a few other peerless prodigies of the Mystic Academy. The black-robed young man and the others also noticed Four-Eyed Emptiness and the others, and their faces darkened. Whoosh! 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 Four-Eyed Emptiness and the others hovered in the air and looked at the large birds with greed. These are formed by the energy of the stellar core fragment. Ha ha ha, there's a stellar core fragment here. Four-eyed emptiness roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with greed. As a peerless prodigy of the three overlords, he naturally had a broad vision. He could tell that these large birds were formed by the energy of the stellar core fragment. This was a great opportunity. You can all scram now. This place is mine, Four-eyed emptiness said coldly. Four-eyed emptiness, we found this place first. Don't you think it's too overbearing to chase us away like this? The black-robed young man said with a dark face. Overbearing? Haha, you can stay here forever if you don't want to leave. Four-eyed emptiness sneered. You. The black-robed young man and the others were enraged. It was not easy for them to come across such an opportunity, and they were unwilling to leave just like that. They quickly retreated and dodged the attacks of the large birds. However, they did not intend to leave. You still think you can get away with this? How foolish. Then I'll send you on your way. Four-eyed emptiness shouted coldly. His four eyes opened and shot out four beams of light towards the black-robed young man and the others. Chong Lu flying snow. The black-robed young man roared in anger and continuously slashed out with his battle axe. More than a dozen axe radiances slashed towards the beams of light shot out by four-eyed emptiness. Bam! Bam! After a few violent explosions, the black-robed young man's body shook violently. He retreated continuously and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no match for four-eyed emptiness. It was just like how Ouyang Qingxiang could not withstand more than a few moves from Supreme Universe Master. Haha, four-eyed emptiness, you're really impressive. At this moment, a cold laugh was heard from afar. Then, a few sword radiances flashed rapidly. In the next moment, a few more figures appeared in the area. The few young men carried long swords on their backs. The one in the lead had sharp eyebrows and eagle-like eyes. He looked extraordinary. Zhuobudong. Four-eyed emptiness's gaze turned cold and solemn. It's him. He's an extremely powerful sky pride from Invincible Kenzo. He's second only to the Invincible Kenzo's divine son, Infinite Sword Tao. His strength is not any weaker than Supreme Universe Master. Ouyang Qingxiang's face also turned solemn as she transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He also felt a terrifying sword will from this person. When the black-robed young man and the others saw Zhuobudong appear, their faces turned even uglier. Four-eyed emptiness and Zhuobudong appeared one after another. The opportunities in this place had nothing to do with them. How lucky. There really is a stellar core fragment in this place. Haha, it's mine. Zhuobudong laughed loudly. He was full of confidence and greed. It's yours? Zhuobudong, you're really overconfident. Four-eyed emptiness sneered. Four-eyed emptiness, are you trying to stop me? The outside world has always regarded me as your equal. Today, I'll see what right you have to be my equal. Zhuobudong said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword will rose from his body. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword and a snow-white sword radiance shot towards four-eyed emptiness. Four-eyed sky fixing. Four-eyed emptiness shouted. His four eyes were like four suns, emitting a dazzling radiance. Then, four beams of light burst out and turned into four long spears that shot towards Zhuobudong. Clang, clang, clang. The sword radiance and the destructive beam collided continuously, erupting with terrifying sound waves. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. After that, both of them retreated at the same time. They were evenly matched. Chapter 2902. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuobudong looked at each other from a distance. Both of them looked solemn. For a moment, no one made a move. They knew that if they were to fight, it would take a long time to determine the winner. Moreover, if both of them were injured, the black-robed young man and his companions would take advantage of the situation. Quack. At this moment, several large birds chirped and pounced on Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuobudong respectively. Clang. Swoosh. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuobudong attacked at the same time. In an instant, the birds were killed by them and turned into rolling energy that surged into their bodies and was absorbed by them. Awesome, this is awesome. Four-eyed Hollow was intoxicated. Zhuobudong was the same. After absorbing these large birds, their cultivation would increase rapidly. Absorbing one large bird was equivalent to 1,000 years of cultivation. What could be more awesome than this? Four-eyed Hollow, how about we have a fair competition for the stellar core fragments here? Whoever gets them will get them. What do you think? Zhuo stared at Four-eyed Hollow and said, okay, let's do that. But before that, we still need to get rid of some irrelevant people. Four-eyed Hollow finished his words and glanced coldly at the black-robed young man and his companions. That's right. Get lost or die. Zhuo said coldly. The black-robed young man and his companions looked terrible, but they did not dare to refute. In this world, strength was respected. If one talked too much without strength, death was the only way out. Let's go. The black-robed young man shouted angrily and turned to leave. Although the other four geniuses of the Chong-Lu sect were unwilling, they could only leave with the black-robed young man. There are two more ants. Why? Are you still not leaving? After the black-robed young man and his companions left, Four-eyed Hollow looked in the direction of Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang and said coldly, it seems that we have been discovered. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped out with Ouyang Qingxiang. Lu Ming, it's you. Four-eyed Hollow shouted angrily after seeing Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Four-eyed Hollow's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Lu Ming, it's you. Ah, good, very good. In the ancient god world, you killed one of the holy princes of the invincible Kenzo. Now leave your life behind. A terrifying sword will rushed out of Zhuo body. As soon as he finished speaking, a snow-white sword light rushed towards Lu Ming with terrifying power. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming displayed the ancient god tactics and transformed into a green-armored ancient god. He lashed out with his spear and defeated Zhuo sword light. Kill! Lu Ming yelled. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. Under the support of quadruple combat strength, Lu Ming was full of power. Holding the long spear, he charged towards Zhuo Zhuo pupils contracted. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Undying Sword Dao. Zhuo yelled and unleashed a terrifying divine skill, charging towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. The others could only see the sword light and spear light in the sky. In the beginning, the sword light and spear light were evenly matched. But after a few breaths, the spear light began to suppress the sword light. The sword light vibrated nonstop and finally exploded with a boom. A figure could be seen retreating. The one who retreated was naturally Zhuo. How is this possible? Zhuo eyes were filled with disbelief. He never expected Lu Ming's strength to be so powerful that even he was no match for him. Four-eyed Hollow had fought with Lu Ming before, so he was not too surprised. Zhuo, this Lu Ming is really abnormal. I'm afraid you can't take him down alone. How about we join forces to kill this person together? Four-eyed Hollow said to Zhuo. Okay. Zhuo nodded and emitted a terrifying sword will. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo formed a triangle and forced their way towards Lu Ming. The two of you want to join forces to kill me. Good, very good. But do you think it's easy to kill me? If I go all out, I can drag one of you down with me. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least seriously injure you. If one of you is seriously injured, will the other let him go? Lu Ming sneered. As soon as these words came out, Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo figures stopped immediately. They looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. Lu Ming was right. Even if the two of them joined forces to deal with Lu Ming, with Lu Ming's strength, it was not impossible for him to drag one of them down with him if he fought back before death. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could definitely seriously injure him. If one of them was seriously injured, would the other let him go? It was impossible. Who didn't want to monopolize the stellar core fragment? For a moment, the two of them did not make a move. Lu Ming, don't try to drive a wedge between us. Four-eyed Hollow said in a deep voice. Haha, drive a wedge between us? I'm just telling the truth. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Lu Ming sneered. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo still did not make a move. They naturally knew that what Lu Ming said was indeed the truth. For a moment, the three sides were in a deadlock. Anyone who sees the stellar core fragment will have a share. Let's compete fairly. Whoever can get it will have it. How about that? When the others arrive, We won't have a share, especially the divine princes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong's eyes flashed. They were obviously persuaded. In the Mystic Academy or Invincible Kenzo, the divine princes and divine princes were also competitors, just like the Kongxian school. Four-eyed Hollow had always been suppressed by Mo Jui. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to replace and defeat Mo Jui. If Mo Jui found this place, the stellar core fragment would definitely be monopolized by Mo Jui. How could he have a share? Compared to killing Lu Ming, obtaining the opportunity for himself was more important. Alright, let's compete fairly. The stellar core fragment will belong to whoever has the strength and the opportunity. Four-eyed Hollow finally compromised. After saying that, he led the people of the Mystic Academy and rushed forward. Let's go. Zhuo Budong couldn't fall behind. He also led the other sky prides of the Invincible Kenzo and rushed forward. Let's go too. Lu Ming nodded at Ouyang Qingxiang. The two of them also moved forward in a flash. Not long after they walked in this direction, a large bird swooped out and attacked them. Kill. Lu Ming waved his long spear and pressed down. A large bird was killed by Lu Ming. Suddenly, the large bird collapsed and turned into rolling energy that rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming, let me do it first. I'll pass it to you after I devour it. The measure formula said. Then, a powerful suction force erupted and devoured the energy that the large bird had turned into. In the next moment, an incomparably pure energy surged out of the measure formula and poured into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming circulated the universe myriad Dao arts to absorb this energy and convert it into divine power. Chapter 2903. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had completely absorbed and refined this energy. Lu Ming felt that his divine power had become much richer and purer. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he reached the heavenly god realm. It's really rich energy. Lu Ming sighed. Of course, after I absorbed it, I can fully utilize it. Others can only absorb half of it at most. The quantifying character formula said proudly. Lu Ming smiled. Without any delay, he waved his long spear and killed another big bird, then continued to absorb its energy. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxiang had also killed a big bird and absorbed its energy. The divine power in her body had also become stronger. Cultivating by killing this kind of big bird was many times faster than cultivating normally. On the other side, Four-eyed Emptiness, Zhuo Budong, and the others were also increasing their speed to kill the big birds and absorb their energy. After absorbing the energy, they continued to move forward. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang also moved forward after killing a few big birds. As they went deeper, the number of big birds also increased. They knew that the stellar core fragment must be in front of them. Although the strength of these big birds was quite strong, they were still hunted down by experts like Lu Ming, Four-eyed Emptiness, and Zhuo Budong. Lu Ming continued to go deeper and deeper as the big birds were killed one by one. Caw. Suddenly, there was a burst of ear-piercing sounds in front of them. Lu Ming and the others also narrowed their eyes, revealing a shocked expression as they looked ahead in a daze. There was a huge canyon in front of them, but at the mouth of the canyon and above the canyon, there were countless big birds flying. At a glance, the number was definitely no less than 1,000. They covered the sky and blocked the sun, blocking the light in this area. So many. Someone's voice was dry. Lu Ming, Four-eyed Emptiness, and Zhuo Budong naturally did not care about this kind of big bird. However, if so many of them attacked together, even they would have a hard time. The stellar core fragment must be in this canyon. Four-eyed Emptiness' eyes revealed deep greed. What should we do? There are so many big birds. How can we get in? Zhuo Budong muttered to himself. His mind was spinning as he tried to think of a way to get rid of the others while keeping the stellar core fragment for himself. Lu Ming, I have a way to help you get in. At this moment, the quantifying formula spoke again. You have a way? What is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he secretly communicated with the measure formula. These giant birds are the condensation of energy from the fragments of the star core. They don't seem to have any intelligence. They only have one instinct. As for me, I am the origin ancient character quantity. I am the origin of all energy, and can devour all energy. As long as I release my aura, Those giant birds made of energy will definitely not dare to approach you, the quantifying formula said. So simple? Lu Ming was stunned. It's that simple, the measure formula said with a resolute tone. All right. Lu Ming secretly nodded. He already had an idea in his mind. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong. It seems that we have to join forces to rush in. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke to Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong. Join forces? Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong's eyes flashed. Yes, let's join forces. After rushing in, we'll seize the fragments of the stellar core with our own abilities. Lu Ming said. Okay, I agree. Me too. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong nodded. After making up their minds, they were ready to take action. Qingxiang, wait a minute. You have to follow me closely. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ouyang Qingxiang. Ouyang Qingxiang nodded silently and followed Lu Ming closely. Kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted and rushed toward the flock of giant birds at the entrance of the canyon. At the same time, Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong also rushed toward the entrance of the canyon. Caw caw caw. As soon as they moved, the giant birds also noticed them and moved together. They let out sharp screeches and pounced toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming shouted and waved his long spear to kill those giant birds. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong also attacked with all their might. However, there were too many giant birds. It was easier said than done to rush in. However, because of this, Zhuo Budong and Four-eyed Hollow and the others attracted a large number of giant birds. Old measure, now's the time. Lu Ming sent a message to the measure formula. Watch me. The voice of the measure formula was heard. At the same time, the measure formula glowed and a mysterious aura was emitted, shrouding Lu Ming. Originally, there were a few giant birds pouncing toward Lu Ming. Suddenly, they sensed the aura of the measure formula, and their eyes were filled with fear. They directly flew away from Lu Ming. It's really effective. Qingxiang, follow me. Lu Ming pulled Ouyang Qingxiang's small hand. The aura of the measure formula followed Ouyang Qingxiang's small hand and covered her entire body. The surrounding giant birds also directly ignored Ouyang Qingxiang and did not pounce toward her. When Lu Ming pulled her small hand, Ouyang Qingxiang's delicate body began to tremble and her face turned red. However, in the next moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, because she realized that the giant birds were not pouncing toward her. They directly ignored her and pounced toward Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong. Ouyang Qingxiang was extremely surprised. She knew that all this was because of Lu Ming. Her curiosity toward Lu Ming grew even stronger. Let's go. Lu Ming held Ouyang Qingxiang's small hand and rushed into the canyon. Not a single giant bird stopped him. Damn it. How is this possible? Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong also noticed Lu Ming's strange behavior. It was simply unbelievable and they all roared. Lu Ming, stop right there. How dare you trick me? Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong roared. Their murderous intent was as cold as a knife. You guys have fun. I won't keep you company. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and continued to rush forward with Ouyang Qingxiang. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Four-eyed Hollow and the others' vision. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong roared again and again. Their murderous intent was as cold as a knife, but there was nothing they could do. Let's not fight with these giant birds. Save our strength and surround them. When that kid Lu Ming comes out, it will be his death. Four-eyed Hollow said coldly. That's right. That kid dared to trick me. He's asking for it. Zhuo Budong's voice was also extremely cold. Immediately, they stopped fighting with the giant birds and retreated. When they had retreated a certain distance, the giant birds stopped chasing and flew back to the canyon. Four-eyed Hollow and Zhuo Budong stood guard nearby, waiting for Lu Ming to come out so that they could kill Lu Ming. After Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang broke into the flock of giant birds, their vision suddenly widened. In the canyon, there was not a single giant bird. Those giant birds were only circling around the canyon entrance and above the canyon. As soon as Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang entered, their gazes were deeply attracted. In midair of the canyon, there was a ball of light suspended there, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 2904. A ball of light was floating in the canyon, emitting a dazzling radiance. Moreover, incomparably pure energy was constantly emitting from it. A star core fragment. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes were blazing. This was definitely a star core fragment. They had come to the right place. The two of them couldn't help but approach the star core fragment and finally see its full appearance. It was a crystal the size of a fingernail. It was sparkling and translucent. Although it was small in size, the energy it contained was incomparably terrifying, causing one's heart to tremble. It's so small. Lu Ming muttered. Kid, what do you know? A star core is the core of a star. The energy it contains is incomparably vast, but it's also incomparably pure and easy to absorb. It's a peerless treasure. Moreover, the star core here was forcefully refined by a great formation. Refining a star into a star core, the energy it contains is even more terrifying. Don't underestimate it. It's only a small piece, but it's enough for you to reach the heavenly God realm. The measure character formula's disdainful voice rang out. Then let's start, Lu Ming said. He could not wait any longer. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang immediately walked towards the star core fragment. The two of them sat down cross-legged and began to circulate their cultivation techniques to absorb the energy from the star core fragment. Lu Ming, I'll help you absorb it. It'll help you break through to the heavenly God realm faster. The measure character formula released a powerful suction force. The energy within the star core constantly surged towards Lu Ming. It was absorbed by the measure character formula and transformed into even purer energy that poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Tao Sutra with all his might, absorbing and refining the energy. The energy within the star core was extremely pure. Even without the measure character formula, he could quickly refine it. With the help of the measure character formula, the refining speed was naturally faster. A steady stream of energy was transformed into divine power. Lu Ming's divine power rapidly rose. The 6 divine flames in his dantian burned fiercely. Lu Ming was charging towards the heavenly God realm at an astonishing speed. On the other side, Ouyang Qingxiang was also circulating her cultivation technique to absorb the energy of the stellar core fragment. However, her absorption speed was far from being comparable to Lu Ming's. Just like that, they cultivated for 7 days. After 7 days, the fingernail-sized stellar core fragment was almost completely absorbed by the two of them, leaving only the size of a speck of dust. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Ouyang Qingxiang. She had broken through to the 6th level of the celestial God realm. Ouyang Qingxiang had just broken through to the 5th level of the heavenly God realm not long ago, and she had already reached the 6th level of the heavenly God realm. This was all thanks to the stellar core fragment. However, the amount of energy Ouyang Qingxiang absorbed was still far from Lu Ming's. At the same time, Lu Ming's aura rose to its peak. 6 types of God power surged, shining with dazzling light as they circulated around Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Boom! Finally, Lu Ming erupted. A shocking aura erupted from his body, and a powerful pressure spread out. This was the pressure of the heavenly God realm. Lu Ming's God power was of the divine grade. Moreover, he had 5 other types of God power. The amount of energy he needed to break through was much more than Ouyang Qingxiang's. At this moment, after absorbing the energy of the stellar core fragment, Lu Ming finally broke through the bottleneck and entered the heavenly God realm. As soon as he entered the heavenly God realm, Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful suction force. The energy of heaven and earth rushed towards Lu Ming even more violently. Poof! The last bit of the stellar core fragment let out a soft sound and completely shattered. It turned into energy and poured into Lu Ming's body. The moment the stellar core fragment shattered, the large birds around the canyon let out a cry and dispersed. All of them turned into energy and poured into Lu Ming's body. Their eyes were empty. Zhuo Butian and the rest had been waiting outside the canyon for Lu Ming to come out so that they could kill Lu Ming. At this moment, they suddenly saw the large birds disperse and were shocked. What's going on? That's Lu Ming he's cultivating. Damn it, it must be the stellar core fragment. Lu Ming absorbed the stellar core fragment and caused the large birds to disperse. Kill him. When Four-Eyed Hollow Man and the rest saw Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang, they could easily guess what had happened based on the current situation. They roared furiously and their eyes turned red. They were simply envious and jealous. Kill. Zhuo Butian was the most direct. With a cold shout, a terrifying sword intent burst out. He and his sword became one and turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had absorbed the stellar core fragment. He wanted to grind Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. The sword light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was at the critical moment of his breakthrough and was unable to resist. In fact, the current situation was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. He did not expect that the large birds would disperse after he absorbed the stellar core fragment. Green Lotus Sword Realm. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted, and her delicate body emitted a dazzling green sword light. Green lotuses appeared in front of Lu Ming and thousands of sword chi slashed towards Zhuo Butian. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi collided. In an instant, the sword chi from both sides had collided a few hundred times. After a few hundred times, the green lotuses dispersed and Zhuo Butian's body was blocked and stopped. You've broken through. Zhuo Butian stared at Ouyang Qingxiang with an ugly expression. It must be the stellar core fragment. She must have absorbed the energy of the fragment. Damn it, damn it. Four-eyed emptiness rushed over and roared in anger. He was going crazy with jealousy. In his opinion, it was a waste for Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang to absorb the stellar core fragment. It would be great if he could absorb the stellar core fragment. He would definitely be able to reach level 7, or even level 8 heavenly god. Then he would not be afraid of Mo Jui, and could even suppress Mo Jui to become the #1 expert among the younger generation of the Mystic Academy. However, his hope was shattered by Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. So what if you've broken through? Kill. Zhuo Butian roared, and his sword light shone even brighter as he charged towards Ouyang Qingxiang. Let's attack together and get rid of this bitch. Then we'll kill Lu Ming. Four-eyed emptiness roared and attacked as well. Terrifying light beams shot out from his 4 eyes and charged towards Ouyang Qingxiang. Green Lotus Sword Realm. Ouyang Qingxiang roared again. The divine energy in her body was about to ignite. She unleashed all of her energy and formed a Green Lotus Sword Realm around herself and Lu Ming. Boundless sword chi gathered into a few giant green lotuses and enveloped the two of them, blocking the attacks from all directions. However, Ouyang Qingxiang's cultivation had just reached level 6 heavenly god. She was no match for Four-eyed emptiness or Zhuo Butian alone, let alone the two of them working together. The moment their attacks collided, the green lotuses trembled violently. Ouyang Qingxiang groaned and her body trembled. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Chapter 2905. Ouyang Qingxiang was sent flying. She fell to the ground with a pale face. Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang exclaimed worriedly. You overestimate yourself. Lu Ming, go to hell. 4 pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ming. Their gazes were extremely cold. 4 destructive light beams burst forth and charged toward Lu Ming. If the beams hit, Lu Ming would surely die. At that instant, Lu Ming's eyes sprang open. His eyes flickered with a cold, murderous intent. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 spear glows were fired from Lu Ming's hands. They were brighter than meteors. The spear glows shuddered, and the 4 destructive beams of the Four-eyed Hollow were dispersed. H. A cry of agony echoed across the place. Following it, blood splashed as a figure backed away rapidly. The figure was none other than the Four-eyed Hollow. The Four-eyed Hollow was roaring crazily as if he had gone mad. 2 of his eyes had disappeared, replaced by 2 bloody holes. The eyes of the Four-eyed Hollow had been blinded by Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming, you're courting death. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The Four-eyed Hollow roared. Four-eyed Hollow Master roared crazily. His body swelled up rapidly, turning into a giant worm. The worm was over 100 meters long. Its body was covered in disgusting tentacles. It was the Four-eyed Hollow's true form. As a matter of fact, the true forms of the multi-eyed tribe were not the same race, but different races. The Four-eyed Hollow transformed into his true form and lunged at Lu Ming, unleashing his full strength. Kill, Lu Ming said coldly. His body expanded rapidly, turning into a green-armored ancient god. He swung his spear horizontally. A strong god force suppressed the Four-eyed Hollow like a landslide. Bang! Lu Ming had now broken through to the first layer heaven god realm. and even reached the peak of the first layer heaven god realm. His god force was a lot stronger than before. The spear broke through the four-eyed hollow's attack and defense and landed on his body. Four-eyed hollow's huge body was blasted away, and a section of its body exploded, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. "You're the one who will die." Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. With a single step he crossed 100 miles. His spear was like a shooting star as it pierced towards Four-eyed Hollow. "Ah, Shuo Budong, come and help me!" Four-eyed Hollow screamed in horror. At the same time, he erupted his strength to the extreme to resist Lu Ming. Clang! With the sound of a sword chime, Shuo Budong made his move. The sword radiance was like the light of flying immortals, breaking through the void and chopping towards Lu Ming's head. Shuo Budong was not the only one. The other prodigies from the Mystic Academy and the invincible Kenzo also attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Humph! Lu Ming coldly snorted with a cold glint in his eyes. His left hand emitted a resplendent radiance as he punched towards Shuo Budian. The moment he punched, 3 nine-clawed dragons flew out from Lu Ming's left fist. This was the Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. As Lu Ming continued to comprehend the Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana, his understanding of the Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana grew deeper and deeper. He was able to use it with greater ease. With one punch, he could condense 3 Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana. The 3 Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana pounced towards Lu Ming. As for the other prodigies' attacks, Lu Ming ignored them and allowed them to attack him. Lu Ming's spear did not stop as he continued to stab Four-eyed Hollow. Four-eyed Hollow was shocked and furious. He unleashed all his strength and set up a series of defenses in front of him. However, when the spear pierced through, these defenses continuously shattered and exploded. Then Lu Ming's spear pierced through Four-eyed Hollow's head, nailing him to the ground. Four-eyed Hollow was still alive and was frantically struggling. On the other side, the 3 Divine Dragon Dharma Laksana blocked Four-eyed Hollow's attacks. As for the other prodigies, their attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. However, they were only barely able to break through his defenses. They left shallow scars on Lu Ming's body, but to Lu Ming, they were no different from scratching an itch. "Ah, Lu Ming, don't kill me, don't kill me!" Four-eyed Hollow screamed in terror and began to beg for mercy. In truth, his strength was not that weak. If he had used his full strength to fight Lu Ming, there was no way he would have been so easily suppressed by Lu Ming. The main reason was that he had been caught off guard and blinded by Lu Ming. The eyes of the multi-eyed race were their vital points. Once they were blinded, it would greatly damage their strength. That was why he had been so easily suppressed by Lu Ming. "Die," Lu Ming said coldly. The four-eyed empty man had been trying to kill him. How could he let the four-eyed empty man off? The long spear shook, and a terrifying force burst forth, exploding from the four-eyed empty man's body. The four-eyed empty man's body was torn into pieces. Hollow's pupils shrank as he frantically retreated. "All of you stay here," Lu Ming shouted coldly. His long spear swept out with a force that could wipe out thousands of troops. A long spear light swept towards the Mystic Academy and invincible Kenzo's prodigies. At the same time, a crescent-shaped spear light shot out. "Not good. Retreat." The Mystic Academy and invincible Kenzo's prodigies' expressions changed as they frantically retreated. However, they were still a step too late. The spear smashed down, and a few of the weaker ones' bodies directly exploded. A few of the stronger ones were also sent flying like cannonballs, crashing into a few mountain peaks, smashing them into pieces. All of them were heavily injured. Among the crowd, Shuo Budong was the one who fared better. He continued to attack with his sword, and the sword light slashed on the crescent-shaped spear light, producing a violent roar. Although his sword light was also shattered, he borrowed the force of the collision and retreated 1,000 miles. Only a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This person is too terrifying. Retreat first. Without any hesitation, Shuo Budong turned into a ray of sword light and sped away. "Stay here," Lu Ming shouted as he threw out the spear in his hand. The spear shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Shuo Budong. Shuo Budong's expression changed. A few thousand rays of sword light shot out from his hand and slashed towards the spear. Bang bang bang, the spear and sword light exploded together. In the end, all the sword light shattered. The spear light flashed, and Zhuo Budong let out a blood-curdling scream. His abdomen was pierced by the spear, and blood flowed out. He did not dare to stay any longer. Despite his injuries, he used all his strength to escape. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. What a pity! Lu Ming did not chase after him. Zhuo Budong cultivated the sword. Sword cultivators not only had powerful attacks, but their speed was also astonishing. Now that he was fleeing, even if Lu Ming wanted to chase after him, he might not be able to. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the heavily injured geniuses of the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo. Those geniuses' expressions all changed. Their faces were pale without the slightest trace of blood. They were all terrified. Lu Ming, don't kill us. My senior apprentice brother Zhuo has already escaped. If you kill us, the Invincible Kenzo will not let you off. The geniuses of the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo all shouted. They were all holy sons, and they did not want to die here. I can spare your lives if you swear on your life essence that you will be loyal to me in the future, Lu Ming coldly said. Chapter 2906. Swear allegiance to you on our life source? Don't even think about it, roared one of the Mystic Academy's prodigies. Poof! With a flash of the spear, that prodigy's forehead was pierced, and he died on the spot. The other prodigies immediately kept quiet out of fear. If you say you're not willing, I'll immediately send you on your way. Who else? Lu Ming looked around. No one spoke. Lu Ming's methods were too ruthless. They didn't doubt that if they rejected Lu Ming, they would be killed by Lu Ming. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, if you still don't agree, I'll have to send you on your way. 10. 9. Lu Ming began the countdown. I agree. Me too. In the end, the prodigies of the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo all agreed and swore allegiance to Lu Ming with their life source. Lu Ming smiled. The Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo had a total of 6 people. These were all chosens. After all, the Kongxian sect only had 7 chosens in total. Lu Ming had gained the allegiance of 6 saints in one go. These people would definitely be useful in the future. All right, don't announce your relationship with me to the public. You're still the saints of the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo. If I need you in the future, I'll naturally contact you. Go. With that, Lu Ming waved his hands, gesturing for everyone to leave. Yes. The 6 chosens bowed and nodded. Then their figures flashed and they left the place one after another. Lu Ming, you're getting stronger and stronger. With your current battle strength, you might be able to fight with the saints of the 3 overlord factions. Ouyang Qingxiang walked over, her face full of envy. Sorry, I absorbed so much energy from the stellar core fragment. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. 90% of the stellar core fragment's energy had been absorbed by Lu Ming. I was the one who got the stellar core fragment because of you. I'm sorry. I'm already very lucky to have broken through one level after absorbing so much energy. Ouyang Qingxiang smiled. This planet is the closest to the star. There might be other star core fragments. Let's go look for them again, Lu Ming said. After finishing their discussion, Lu Ming collected the storage rings of Four-Eyed Empty Court and the others. Then he left with Ouyang Qingxiang. However, their luck seemed to have run out. Or perhaps there was only one stellar core fragment on this planet. In the next 5 or 6 days, they didn't find a second stellar core fragment. They also didn't encounter that kind of array plate. However, they had obtained quite a lot of precious metals. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to put them away. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from one direction. At the same time, a terrifying force spread in this direction. These are divine force fluctuations. There are people fighting a great battle in that direction, Ouyang Qingxiang said. Such shocking fluctuations. The people fighting are very strong. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 2 of them concealed their aura and headed in that direction. After traveling for at least 10,000 miles, the fluctuations in front of them became more intense. Gazing into the distance, he saw 3 figures entangled with one another, fighting one another fiercely. The fact that the energy fluctuations from the 3 of them could travel so far showed how strong they were. Divine Divine Force. It's them. Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, Song Yan Army Destroyer. Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The three people fighting in front of them were Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, Song Yan and Army Destroyer. However, the three of them didn't use their full strength. They were probably holding back, so the battle was difficult to determine. Below the three of them, there were other sky prides from the three overlord forces. In front of them, there was a stone pagoda. It was 9 stories high and the door was tightly shut. Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, Song Yan, and Army Destroyer should be fighting because of this stone pagoda. The three of them exchanged dozens of blows before they retreated and faced each other from afar. The two of you, everyone has a share. How about the three of us enter this stone pagoda together? Sword Dao Wuji's long hair fluttered in the wind. His sword Qi soared into the sky like a sharp divine sword. You sure know how to take advantage of others. I found this stone pagoda first. Mo Jui snorted. His body was shrouded in black light, as if he was in the dark night. So what if you found it first? You can't break the door of the stone pagoda alone. What's the use of that? In my opinion, we should work together to break the door of the stone pagoda and enter together. We'll fight for the treasures inside with our own abilities. That's the fairest way. Song Yan, Army Destroyer, shouted. His body was covered in scarlet armor and was covered in raging flames. The terrifying heat caused the space to distort. It was rumored that Song Yan, Army Destroyer, had the bloodline of the Scarlet Flame race. But no one knew if that was true or not. I agree with Brother Song Yan's suggestion, Sword Dao Wuji said. Mo Jui's expression was ugly. But in front of Sword Dao Wuji and Song Yan, there was nothing he could do. Sword Dao Wuji and Song Yan, Army Destroyer, and Army Destroyer weren't any weaker than him. Alright, then it's decided. But before that, it seems there are 2 uninvited guests. Song Yan, Army Destroyer, and Lu Ming looked in the direction of Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming. At the same time, Mo Jui and Sword Dao Wuji also looked over, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Lu Ming smiled. Divine sons had unfathomable methods. It was normal for them to discover them. Let's go out and meet a divine son. Lu Ming smiled. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to hide it. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang walked out side by side. Kid, it's you. At the sight of Lu Ming, Mo Jui's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. A cold aura shrouded Lu Ming. He had chased Lu Ming to this planet to kill him. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would escape. Now that he saw him again, his killing intent was incomparably strong. Lu Ming's gaze swept around, but he didn't see Zhuo Budong's figure. It seemed that Zhuo Budong still hadn't met Sword Dao Wuji and the others. Mo Jui naturally didn't know that Lu Ming had killed Four-Eyed Kongting. Kongxian School's Lu Ming, haha. Sword Dao Wuji sneered. The sword intent on his body also became incomparably cold. In the ancient god world, Lu Ming had killed one of the invincible Kenzo's holy sons. So Lu Ming was also on his must-kill list. So what if it's me? Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. His expression was indifferent, without the slightest fear. Very good. You still dare to come out. You're courting death. Now I'll send you on your way. Mo Jui's expression was sinister. Black light condensed into a pitch-black hand that grabbed at Lu Ming. Chapter 2907. Lu Ming snorted and did not retreat. He instantly activated the battle character art and quadrupled his battle strength. He executed the second style of the 3 strikes of extinction and slashed down with his spear. Ran. Yen W. 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 Ran 1. Boom. The crescent-shaped spear light slashed down on Mo Jioye's pitch-black hand. The 2 sides collided, and energy overflowed. Rumble. The crescent-shaped spear light trembled and finally exploded. Lu Ming's figure swayed and he retreated 6 or 7 steps. However, Mo Jioye's claw was also split in half. Mo Jioye's eyes narrowed. He was a little surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to block his attack. Although he had only casually executed that attack, its power was extremely shocking. Moreover, Lu Ming had not even used his ancient god body to block the attack. This made Mo Jioye's expression turn serious. Beside him, Jian Dao Wuji, Song Yan, and defeating armies were also surprised. Obviously, Lu Ming's battle strength had exceeded their expectations. So you've already broken through to the heavenly god realm. But do you think that you can fight me just because you've broken through? I'll let you know the difference between us. Emojioye's eyes were cold. His body emitted even more black light, turning the surrounding 10,000 meters into night. It was a pure night, a night without any light at all. Kill! Emojioye shouted coldly. His figure flashed, and like a ghost he charged toward Lu Ming. The darkness around him quickly spread and enveloped Lu Ming. When Lu Ming was enveloped, he felt as if he had entered a bottomless abyss. There was no sound or light around him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from all directions. Pairs of pitch-black claws suddenly appeared and grabbed at Lu Ming. These claws were like a pair of ghost claws, emitting a disgusting stench. Sky Piercer. Lu Ming's god power surged. He unleashed the sky-piercing technique. The spear light was like a meteor, piercing towards the sharp claws, destroying them. However, as soon as those claws were destroyed, they would immediately reform and grab at Lu Ming. Ice chains. Lu Ming's heart shook, and 9 ice chains flew out of his body. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long, and they wrapped around the claws. As Lu Ming stepped into the heavenly deity realm, the power of the ice shackles also rose accordingly, becoming extremely astonishing. The terrifying coldness completely froze those ghost claws, and then exploded them. Lu Ming, you have some strength, but let's see how long you can last in my eternal night cage. 9-armed Demon King, come out. Emojioye's voice rang out in the dark night. Following that, a series of roars could be heard. Then in the darkness of the night, 3 enormous creatures appeared. The 3 enormous creatures were covered in scales, and their mouths were wide open with sharp fangs. They actually had 9 arms, like demons that had walked out from the abyss. This was the 9-armed Demon King that Emojioye had mentioned. Each of the 9-armed Demon King's arms held a weapon, and it roared as it charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming executed the Divine Dragon Image technique, and 3 9-clawed dragon images pounced out. At the same time, he brandished his spear and charged forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 9-armed Demon King brandished its 9 weapons, and continuously slashed out. The 3 9-clawed dragon images bore the brunt of the attack, and they were forced to retreat, with wounds appearing on their bodies. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had also arrived, and the spear clashed with the 9-armed Demon King's weapon. Clang! Clang! A terrifying explosion rang out, but Lu Ming's expression changed. He could feel that the 9-armed Demon King's power was shockingly strong, and he could not withstand it at all. His body trembled violently, and he was forced to retreat. He almost vomited blood. The 3 9-armed Demon Kings split into 3 different directions and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, use your ancient god body. Let me see how strong you are. Emojioye's voice rang out again. Since you want to see, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said, and then executed the ancient god technique. His body rapidly collided, and he transformed into a green-armored ancient god that was a few hundred meters tall. Once he transformed into a green-armored ancient god, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed. He brandished his spear, and spear radiance burst out, charging towards the 9-armed Demon King. The 9-armed Demon King also brandished its weapon, but this time, the 9-armed Demon King was no match for Lu Ming, and it was forced to retreat. Kill. Lu Ming stared at one of the 9-armed Demon Kings and charged over. His attacks were like a violent storm, attacking the 9-armed Demon King. Bang! The 9-armed Demon King barely resisted a few moves, and Lu Ming's spear struck its head. The head of the 9-armed Demon King exploded, and its entire body collapsed. After defeating one of the 9-armed Demon Kings, Lu Ming attacked the other 2 9-armed Demon Kings. Not long after, the remaining 2 9-armed Demon Kings were defeated. You have some strength. Come again. In my eternal night prison, I am the master. Ha! Emojioye laughed. The night rolled, and another 9-armed Demon King walked out. This time, there were a total of 9 9-armed Demon Kings, and they roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming transformed into a green-armored ancient god, and his fighting strength was extremely strong. After fighting with the 9-armed Demon Kings for a while, he defeated them one after another. Watch how I break your eternal night prison. Lu Ming shouted, and the spear in his hand grew rapidly. A shocking spear light shot up to the sky, as if it could pierce through the sky. Boom! Emojioye's eternal night prison had a limited range. The spear light pierced through the sky, and a hole was opened in the darkness, allowing light from outside to shine in. When the light shone on Emojioye's eternal night prison, it was like ice meeting fire, and it melted away, disappearing into nothingness. When the darkness disappeared, Lu Ming and Emojioye's figures were exposed. This is the green-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming has cultivated the green-armored ancient god body. Seeing Lu Ming's current state, Limitless Sword, Song Yan, and Army Destroyer were shocked. He can even break Emojioye's eternal night prison. His strength is really shocking. He's only a level 1 heavenly god. How can he have such strong fighting strength? Limitless Sword, Song Yan, and Army Destroyer spoke one after another, their faces solemn. In their hearts, they had unknowingly regarded Lu Ming as an opponent of the same level. They were old rivals of Emojioye, so they naturally knew about Emojioye's secret skills. Even they would find it difficult to break Emojioye's eternal night prison. As for the other sky prides of the 3 overlord forces, they were completely stunned. Emojioye, the divine son of the Mystic Academy, stood at the peak of the younger generation in Qintian Star Field. Almost no one could defeat him. In the entire Qintian Star Field, there were only a few people who could be his opponent. Lu Ming could actually fight with Emojioye. This was simply incredible. Emojioye, is this all you've got? I heard that you've also cultivated the ancient god body. Use it, or you're no match for me. Lu Ming shouted. Chapter 2908. Since you want to see it, I'll fulfill your wish. www.ranwenc.com. Emojioye's face darkened as he roared. His body swelled rapidly as he turned into an ancient god. However, the scales on the surface of his ancient god body were orange. The orange-armored ancient god body and height were much shorter than Lu Ming's. However, Emojioye's cultivation level was too high. He was a 6th-level celestial god, and was much stronger than Lu Ming. With the support of his powerful cultivation level, his power was extremely terrifying. Boom! Emojioye took a step forward as his huge body charged toward Lu Ming. A huge black demonic saber appeared in his hand as he slashed at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he charged toward Emojioye. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed fiercely, unleashing fierce attacks. This was the most direct collision, and it was extremely intense. It was as if 2 giants were fighting fiercely. During this time, both of them used all kinds of methods. Lu Ming continuously used the ice shackles, the divine dragon aspect art, and the 3 strokes of destruction. Emojioye also used various terrifying secret techniques and divine skills. One had to admit that Emojioye's battle strength was extremely strong. The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. Emojioye's divine power was of the divine grade. Moreover, the divine skills and secret techniques that he cultivated were also very powerful. They were not any weaker than Lu Ming's divine power. Moreover, his cultivation was 5 layers higher than Lu Ming's. This was a 5th layer heavenly god realm. The difference was shocking. Lu Ming's advantage was the universe myriad Dao technique. He cultivated 6 divine fires, and his body was filled with 6 different types of divine power. However, Lu Ming's other 5 types of divine power were of the divine grade. 2 of them were of the divine grade, while the other 3 were of the royal grade. The difference between saint and king grade divine powers was too great. Even if there were 5 types of divine powers combined, the gap wouldn't be too great. Lu Ming estimated that his current strength was barely comparable to a 3rd-level heavenly god Emojioye, or perhaps even weaker. Lu Ming's other advantage was the quadruple combat strength of the battle formula, and the green-armored ancient god body. Only with all these advantages added together would he be able to fight Emojioye. The battle prowess of the two was evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 100 moves. Terrifying. How can this Lu Ming be so terrifying? Unbelievable. I've never heard of his name before. I can't believe he's so strong. The Kongxian school actually has such a genius. Things are going to change in the future. The other geniuses of the three overlord factions could not calm their hearts. Even Sword Dao Wuji, Song Yan, and defeating armies had grave expressions on their faces. Clang, clang. Sword Dao Wuji, in particular, constantly emitted sword hums from his body. He was like a divine sword, his sword intent soaring to the heavens, ready to strike at any moment. However, he held back. After all, he was a divine son. If he joined forces with Mo Jiuyi to attack Lu Ming, he would lose face. Boom, boom. The battle between Lu Ming and Mo Jiuyi was still ongoing. The more they fought, the more intense it became. Poof. Mo Jiuyi's saber light landed on Lu Ming's body. Green scales scattered, and deep wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming's long spear also landed on Mo Jiuyi's body. Mo Jiuyi staggered, and a large part of his body exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was a horrible sight. However, the two had no intention of stopping. They were still fighting fiercely, and their battle intent was getting stronger. The others held their breaths and watched with wide eyes. They wanted to see who would win between Lu Ming and Mo Jiuyi. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming brandished his long spear like a dragon. The first and second forms of the three strikes of annihilation were executed consecutively by Lu Ming. This was also because of the support of the quantifying character formula. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to sustain. It was also because of these conditions that Lu Ming could unleash such a powerful battle strength. Otherwise, a first-level heavenly god wouldn't have such battle strength. Although Mo Jiuyi was only a 6th-level heavenly god, his battle strength was enough to kill an 8th-level heavenly god. He could even fight a 9th-level heavenly god. In other words, Lu Ming was only a 1st-level heavenly god, but he could fight a 9th-level heavenly god. It was a miracle. 3 strikes of annihilation, 3 strikes of annihilation. Up until now, Lu Ming's mind was unusually calm. He was enjoying such a great battle and absorbing experience from it. His comprehension of the 3 strikes of annihilation was getting deeper. He had a feeling that the 3 strikes of annihilation were about to achieve a breakthrough. He had cultivated the 3 strikes of annihilation to the peak of the 6th layer for a long time. After such a long period of training, his comprehension of the 3 strikes of annihilation was extremely deep. After an intense battle with Mo Jiuyi, he had a feeling that he was about to achieve a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged another few dozen blows. Buzz. Suddenly Lu Ming swung his long spear. The long spear vibrated vigorously, and a crescent-shaped spear ray was fired. Its power was stronger than before. A breakthrough. The 3 strikes of annihilation had reached the 7th layer. Each layer of the divine skill would increase its power tremendously. The crescent-shaped spear ray collided with Mo Jiuyi's saber ray, causing the latter's saber ray to vibrate vigorously. How is this possible? Mo Jiuyi's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of disbelief. How could Lu Ming's attack improve at such a crucial moment? Bang! Mo Jiuyi's body shuddered. He took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Ha 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 again! Lu Ming laughed as he brandished his long spear. The breakthrough of the 3 strikes of annihilation had made it easier for him to use them. Moreover, the breakthrough of the 3 strikes of annihilation had allowed him to use the 3rd move. Of course, this required time to cultivate. Lu Ming had yet to cultivate, so naturally he could not use it. However, the power of the first move, Sky Piercer, and the second move, Moon Slashing, had increased tremendously. Bang! Bang! The situation had completely changed. Lu Ming's attack power had suddenly increased, completely suppressing Mo Jiuyi. Mo Jiuyi roared as he tried his best. However, he was still no match for Lu Ming. He was forced to retreat. For a moment, he could only parry and could not fight back. Originally, he and Lu Ming's battle power were on par. Now that Lu Ming had a breakthrough in his divine skill, the balance had tipped. This Lu Ming is so talented. He actually managed to break through his divine skill in the middle of a battle. Jiandao Wuji's eyes flashed with astonishment. Such talent is of course terrifying. Song Yan and defeating armies licked their lips. Their eyes were filled with shock and battle intent. They were also peerless geniuses. However, it was their first time encountering someone like Lu Ming. Such a person cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in the Qin Tian star field in the future. Jiandao Wuji's eyes flashed with a cold light. Jiandao Wuji, are you thinking of joining forces with Mo Jiuyi? I can't do such a thing. If you want to fight, let's fight fair and square. Song Yan and defeating armies said disdainfully. Chapter 2909. If you won't attack, then I'll. Limitless Sword Dao coldly said. His sword intent suddenly soared, and a resplendent sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Huoranwen. W. 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 Ranwen. Calm. The sword light was tens of thousands of meters long, and its pressure was like a mountain. Boundless sword chi was extremely terrifying. Limitless Sword Dao immediately used his killing move. Mo Jiuye's eyes brightened, and he immediately attacked Lu Ming with his full strength. You're despicable. Not far away, Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. But with her strength, she could only worry. She couldn't interfere. Moon severing, moon severing. At this time, Lu Ming's left hand took out another spear. With a spear in each hand, he used moon severing at the same time. One attack was aimed at Limitless Sword Dao, the other at Mo Jiuyi. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's attack collided with Mo Jiuyi's and the Limitless Sword Dao's attacks at the same time, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Lu Ming gave a muffled snort, and his body trembled. A powerful force surged toward him from both sides. Limitless Sword Dao controlled divine-grade divine energy. At the same time, he cultivated the Sword Dao, so his attack power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming could feel tiny sword auras drilling into his body continuously, slashing at the scales on his body. Sparks flew in all directions. Lu Ming's expression changed. His body rapidly spun, and he escaped from Mo Jiuyi and Limitless Sword Dao's encirclement. Then his divine energy surged out, destroying the sword chi on his body. Boom. Boom. Limitless Sword Dao and Mo Jiuyi stepped forward, their powerful auras pressing down on Lu Ming. Very good. The two of you want to work together? Then come. Even if I die, I'll drag one of you down with me. Who should I drag? Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly, revealing a sinister killing intent. He constantly swept his gaze over Limitless Sword Dao and Mo Jiuyi. Limitless Sword Dao and Mo Jiuyi's expressions both changed and they stopped. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The effect of this move was pretty good. Back then, he had used this move to scare off Four-Eyed Empty Court and Zhuo Budong. Now he was using the same trick again to scare off Mo Jiuyi and the Sword Dao Wuji. Of course, this was also because his battle prowess was strong, that this move was effective. If his battle prowess was not up to par with either Mo Jiuyi or Limitless Sword Dao, then the two of them could easily kill Lu Ming if they worked together. Then, this move would be useless. The main reason was that Lu Ming's strength was extremely shocking. In a one-on-one battle, he could suppress Mo Jiuyi. If he really went all out, he could really drag someone down with him. That was why they were afraid. This fellow is just trying to scare us. I don't believe he'll really risk his life. Mo Jiuyi roared. He really wanted to kill Lu Ming. You guys are joining forces to kill me, so why shouldn't I fight back? Ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered. Mo Jiuyi was at a loss for words. That was indeed the case. Since he was about to die, how could he not give it his all? Come on, it's not bad to drag a divine child down with us. Lu Ming shouted, his battle intent surging. Limitless Sword Dao didn't move. He really was a bit apprehensive. If Lu Ming went all out and took him down with him, it really wouldn't be worth it. Hadn't Lu Ming just killed a divine child of the invincible Kenzo? What did that have to do with him? If Lu Ming was weak and he could kill him with a flip of his hand, then he would naturally kill Lu Ming. That way, he would be able to gain fame and win people's hearts. But now that Lu Ming's strength was enough to threaten his life, he had to reconsider. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're overthinking it. I just wanted to test your strength when I saw your battle. Your strength is truly shocking. I admire you. If you want to fight, then continue. I won't disturb you. Limitless Sword Dao laughed and withdrew his sword intent. He retreated 100 miles, leaving the battlefield to Lu Ming and Mo Jiuyi. This fellow really is a hypocrite. Mo Jiuyi clenched his teeth, his expression ugly. Mo Jiuyi, do you want to continue? Lu Ming stared at Mo Jiuyi. Lu Ming, I'll let you off today. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll fight again in the future. Mo Jioyi spat out those words and also retreated, putting some distance between him and Lu Ming. If he were to continue fighting with Lu Ming alone, he would feel a little guilty. Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't continue fighting with Mo Jioyi. First of all, with his strength, although he could suppress Mo Jioyi, it wasn't very likely that he could kill him. Second of all, Limitless Sword Dao and Song Yan were watching him. If he was injured, he didn't doubt that Limitless Sword Dao would take the opportunity to eliminate him. Now wasn't the time for a battle. The scene of 4 experts facing off against each other appeared. The others felt complicated. In the past, the Qin Tian 13 sects had Limitless Sword Dao, Mo Jioyi, Song Yan and Song Yan. Now they knew that the Qin Tian 13 sects would have 4 experts, and Lu Ming would be one of them. It's good to have one more person. Let's do what we did before. We'll work together and break open the door. If there are treasures inside, we'll rely on our own abilities. How about it? Song Yan said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then let's do it. Song Yan said, his body emitting a scorching aura as he punched out. His fist energy was incomparably hot, like a ball of magma, and it blasted towards the door. Clang. Whoosh. Sword Dao Wuji and Mo Jui, and Lu Ming also attacked the door of the stone pagoda. The stone tower looked very old, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, when their attacks landed on the door, it only shook violently and didn't explode. What are you guys standing there for? Attack together. Mo Jioyi looked at the other sky prides of the Mystic Academy. The faces of those geniuses changed. Then they all attacked together, attacking the stone pagoda door. At the same time, the sky prides of the invincible Kenzo, boundless sacred ground, and Ouyang Qingxiang attacked together. Their attacks continuously blasted towards the door. Rumble. The door of the stone tower shook continuously. After a while, a crack appeared on the door. Success. Continue. Limitless Sword Dao's eyes lit up as he attacked even more vigorously. Rays of resplendent sword chi continuously slashed towards the door. Crack. Crack. More and more cracks appeared on the door. Not long after, the door exploded. Behind the door was a spacious hall. Through the door, one could clearly see an altar in the middle of the hall. Above the altar, there were 3 bronze array plates floating. Array plates, 3 array plates. Lu Ming and the others' eyes lit up, emitting a blazing light. Whoosh. 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 Lu Ming, Limitless Sword Dao, Song Yan Junpa, and Mo Jioyi all rushed into the hall at the same time. The hall was very spacious. There was nothing else in it except for the altar and the 3 array plates. The array plates are mine. Mo Jioyi formed a large hand and grabbed at the 3 array plates. Chapter 29:10. Mo Jioyi grabbed the 3 formation plates. His appetite was very big, and he wanted to take all 3 of them. W. Scram. Scram. Limitless Sword Dao and Song Yan defeating armies shouted and attacked at the same time. A terrifying sword light and a scorching fist energy shot towards Mo Jioyi. Mo Jioyi's expression changed. He could only block with all his strength. But how could he fight 2 people at once? He was forced to retreat. As Mo Jioyi was pushed back, the everlasting Sword Dao and Song Yan Jun moved, and each grabbed an array plate. On the other side, Lu Ming also grabbed a formation plate. At almost the same time, the 3 of them each grabbed a formation plate and retreated. The 3 formation plates were divided between the 3 of them. Damn it, you guys. Seeing this, Mo Jioyi's face turned ugly. His appetite had been too big, and he had wanted to take all 3 formation plates for himself. He had been forced back by Limitless Sword Dao and Song Yan defeating armies. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't have a share of the formation plates. Lu Ming, Limitless Sword Dao, Song Yan, and defeating armies had taken the formation plates. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Oh. At this moment, everyone's gazes simultaneously turned towards the outside of the main hall. That was because there was a dazzling light outside the hall. The few of them rushed out of the main hall and saw that in the distant sky, there were many brilliant halos shining. That was clearly the brilliance of the galaxy formation. What's going on? Why is the galaxy's grand formation suddenly shining? It hasn't been like this before. Could it be that the God Kings outside are attacking the formation again? Some people guessed. That shouldn't be possible. Those God Kings already sent us in. They know we're inside, so they won't attack the formation rashly. They also won't allow others to attack the formation. Someone said, and the others agreed. This galaxy's grand formation was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew what kind of danger would arise if they attacked it from the outside. If they attacked from the outside and caused the Sky Prides who had entered the galaxy to die, it would be a great loss. How could those sect masters and eminent elders do that? Could it be that all 12 formation plates have been taken by someone else? That's why it's strange. Someone guessed. That's possible. It's very possible. Just now, senior brother Jiandao and the others were fighting for the formation plates. An invincible Kenzo's genius shouted. Many people nodded. This was the most likely reason. It was very likely that all 12 array plates had been obtained by someone else, and that was why the galactic array was acting strangely. You guys go take a look. You too. Limitless Sword, Emojioyi, and the others each sent a few geniuses to take a look first. Those people flew out of the galaxies outside the galaxy's grand formation. As for the others, they waited there quietly. Lu Ming had already returned to his human form. He stood by the side with Ouyang Qingxiang and waited. Soon, 7 days had passed, and the young men who had gone out previously returned. What's going on? Emojioyi was the first to ask. Senior brother, the formation masters outside speculate that all the formation plates have been taken by someone else. That's why it's strange. Everyone can go out now. One of the Mystic Academy's geniuses replied. Indeed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Emojioyi snorted and glanced at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. Then he led the Mystic Academy's geniuses and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Let's go too. Limitless Sword shouted. Then, he and the invincible Kenzo's geniuses turned into streaks of sword light and shot into the sky. Brother Tsongyan, wait. Just as Tsongyan and defeating armies were about to move, Lu Ming called out. Lu Ming, why did you call me? Do you want to spar with me? Tsongyan and defeating armies stopped and stared at Lu Ming in confusion. Forget about the spar. Brother Tsongyan, are you interested in the formation plates? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course I'm interested. What do you want? Tsongyan and defeating armies were even more confused. I have 2 formation plates here. How about I sell them to you? Lu Ming's palm glowed, and 2 formation plates appeared in his palm. Sell them to me? This time it wasn't just Tsongyan and defeating armies. The other geniuses of the boundless sacred ground, including Ouyang Qingxiang, widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. However, Lu Ming was the one who had obtained the 2 formation plates. Ouyang Qingxiang naturally wouldn't say anything about what Lu Ming wanted to do with them. She suppressed the doubts in her heart and didn't say anything. You really want to sell them to me? Tsongyan and defeating armies asked again. He was truly confused. One had to know that these formation plates were what the sect leaders and eminent elders wanted. Only with these formation plates could they enter this galaxy and fight for the stellar core. As long as they handed over the formation plates, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Lu Ming actually wanted to sell the formation plates to him? He had 10,000 doubts in his heart. Of course it's true. You can exchange it with precious metal materials. Of course, divine crystals are also acceptable. Lu Ming smiled. He didn't even want to bring the formation plates out and give them to the Dragon Mountain. According to Bone Devil's speculation, the Dragon Mountain would definitely have great uses for the stellar core. The Dragon Mountain had great uses for it, but to Lu Ming, it was a great disadvantage. Why would Lu Ming give the formation plates to the Dragon Mountain? Selling them to Tsongyan and defeating armies now was the most cost-effective. Alright you guys. Take out all the metal-attributed materials you have and hand over the formation plates. We'll split the rewards equally. Tsongyan and defeating armies looked at the immeasurable sacred grounds Sky Prides. Immediately, the immeasurable sacred grounds Sky Prides took out all the rare and precious metal materials they had obtained in this galaxy and piled them into a pile. Brother Lu, these metal materials and 100 million mid-grade divine crystals in exchange for your 2 formation plates. What do you think? Song Yan and defeating armies looked at Lu Ming with some apprehension. To be honest, the price he offered was too low. If they took the 2 formation plates out, the rewards they would receive would definitely be much higher. All right. Lu Ming didn't mind. He would sell as much as he could. It was better than giving them to the Dragon Mountain. Song Yan and defeating armies were overjoyed. They handed the metal-attributed materials and 100 million mid-grade divine crystals to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also gave the 2 formation plates to Song Yan and defeating armies. Haha Lu Ming, I'll accept this favor. See you another day. Song Yan and defeating armies laughed heartily. They were in an extremely good mood. Then, they left with the immeasurable sacred ground sky prides. Qingxiang, keep this matter a secret for me for the time being. Lu Ming said to Ouyang Qingxiang. Of course, he couldn't let the Dragon Mountain know about this. All right. Although Ouyang Qingxiang was puzzled, she still nodded. Then, the 2 of them soared into the sky and left the place. After some time, they left the galaxy. Outside the galaxy, the sect masters of the Qin Heavenly 13 sects and the other divine kings were waiting anxiously. Chapter 29:11. When Lu Ming and the others came out, they saw that the other sect's geniuses had all come out and gathered around their sect leaders. Some of the sect leaders had gloomy expressions. For example, some of the weaker sects hadn't obtained any formation plates. Without a formation plate, it was equivalent to losing the qualifications to compete for star cores. Lu Ming scanned the area and saw a few God King experts from the Longhaotian sect and the Kongxian sect. Lu Ming flew over and saw that the Holy Sun, Fuko Seiko, and the others had already gathered around the Dragon Mountain. This Lu Ming is really lucky. The Holy Sun's expression was extremely gloomy when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming coldly swept his gaze over the Holy Sun, Fuko Seiko, and the others, causing Fuko Seiko, Holy Sun Ji Xia, and the others to break out in cold sweat. However, Lu Ming didn't make a move here, nor did he say that the Holy Sun had colluded with Mo Jiuyi to kill him. The Holy Sun of the Holy Sun clan was also here. Lu Ming knew that even if he said the truth now, he wouldn't be able to kill the Holy Sun clan. In that case, he might as well not say anything. When there was a chance in the future, he would naturally get rid of the Holy Sun clan. Lu Ming, how many formation plates did you obtain? At the sight of Lu Ming, Longhaotian looked over with a hopeful expression. Sect leader, this disciple is useless. This time I didn't obtain a single formation plate. Lu Ming pretended to cup his fists, revealing an ashamed expression. You didn't obtain one? Don't try to lie to me. The Dragon Mountain's expression sank, and a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming, you're lying. You obtained 1 formation plate on the first planet. You actually dare to lie to the sect leader? How dare you? The Holy Sun berated loudly. When they had entered the first planet, he had competed with Lu Ming. He had personally seen Lu Ming obtain a formation plate. Hearing Sovereign of Universe's words, Longhaotian's gaze turned even darker as he looked at Lu Ming. That's right. In the beginning, I obtained an array plate. I was going to give it to the sect leader, but someone colluded with the Mystic Academy's Mo Jiuyi to frame me. I was being chased by Mo Jiuyi, so in order to save my life, I gave the array plate to Mo Jiuyi. Otherwise, I would be dead. Lu Ming began to spout nonsense, and at the same time, he also turned the tables and looked coldly at the Sovereign of Universe. Don't slander me. Who colluded with Mo Jiuyi? Autarch Cosmos Supremacy's face darkened as he bellowed. I'm not talking about you. Why are you so nervous? Lu Ming said indifferently. You, Supreme Universe Master, was at a loss for words. However, in his heart, he did believe Lu Ming's words. Back when Mo Jiuyi had chased after Lu Ming, perhaps it was just as Lu Ming had said. Lu Ming had used an array plate in exchange for his life. Therefore, he did not refute. Sect leader, if you don't believe me, I can swear that I don't have an array plate on me. Lu Ming said Dandan. Even if he swore on his life source, he was not afraid because he really did not have an array plate on him. Long Zhoushan's face turned ugly. If he did not have an array plate, He would not be able to enter the nebula array and participate in the competition for the star core. This time, the star core was very important to his plan. Haha, sect leader, Lu Ming and the rest did not get an array plate, but I got one. Autark Cosmos Supremacy laughed. You got one. Long Zhoushan's eyes lit up. That's right. Sect leader, please take a look. Long Zhoushan's hand flashed and an array plate appeared. He then looked at Lu Ming proudly. Ha ha ha, one is enough. Long Zhoushan laughed happily and waved his hand, grabbing the array plate. Autark Cosmos Supremacy, you're not bad. This time, I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, sect leader. Autark Cosmos Supremacy bowed and looked at Lu Ming provocatively. This guy actually got an array plate. Lu Ming curled his lips and was speechless. He had sold the array plate to Song Yin and Pajun because he did not want Long Zhoushan to compete for the star core. He did not expect Autark Cosmos Supremacy to get an array plate. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from not far away and rushed towards the nebula array. It was the Dean of the Mystic Academy. He could not wait to rush towards the nebula array. The other sect leaders and divine kings who had gotten their hands on the array plates also rushed towards the nebula array. Long Zhoushan's body flashed and appeared in the middle of the nebula array. He continued to fly towards the core of the nebula array. He was so fast that Lu Ming did not even know how he left. There were a total of 12 array plates, which meant that 12 powerful elites had rushed into the nebula array. With the array plates, the nebula array did not seem to be affected. Boom! In just a few breaths, there was a terrifying roar in the depths of the nebula array. Rays of dazzling divine light shot out and lit up the universe. The divine kings are fighting. Someone exclaimed with bright eyes. It was obvious that the battle for the star core had begun. There must be a terrifying battle in the depths of the nebula array. Boom! Boom! The roar in the depths of the star core became more intense. Rays of divine light of different colors shone in all directions. Even though everyone was standing outside the nebula array, they could still feel the slight vibrations in the space. It was definitely terrifying. They were standing outside the nebula array. If they could feel the vibrations even though they were a nebula array, it showed how intense the battle was. The terrifying battle between the divine kings could destroy a planet. It was not just for show. The battle continued for a while. Suddenly, everyone saw a ray of light shooting out from the nebula array at a shocking speed. Behind this ray of light, there were other rays of light that were chasing after it. Could it be that the victor has been decided and the star core has been obtained? The thought flashed through everyone's mind. They could not help but open their eyes wide, wanting to know who had obtained the star core. The ray of light was extremely fast. In a few breaths, it had flown out of the nebula array. Dragon Mountain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The ray of light that was flying at the front was Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain, hand over the star core. Don't you dare take the star core for yourself. Behind them, there were roars of anger that shook the universe. It was Dragon Mountain who had obtained the star core. Swoosh! Dragon Mountain did not say anything. He pushed his speed to the limit and arrived beside Lu Ming and the others in an instant. Let's go. Dragon Mountain waved his hand, and a wave of divine force wrapped around Lu Ming and the others as they flew into the distance. The other divine kings of the Kongxian school followed closely behind Dragon Mountain. Chase after them. Don't let them get away. Chase after them. Behind them, the sect leaders of the three overlords roared as they led the experts under them to chase after Dragon Mountain. Furthermore, the experts of the other sects also chased after them. Dragon Mountain brought Lu Ming and the others with him as they flew at an incredible speed. Planets flew past them continuously. Chapter 29:12. Not long after, they arrived at a nearby teleportation array. Long Zhoushan led them into the teleportation array and arrived at a star near the mysterious Kongxing planet. Then they flew towards the mysterious Kongxing planet. Activate the Astral Guardian Array. As soon as Long Zhoushan arrived at the Kongxian school, his voice echoed throughout the entire Kongxian school. Sect leader, it's the sect leader. The sect leader has given the order to activate the Astral Guardian Array. Activate the array. The entire Kongxian school was filled with voices. Powerful auras soared into the sky. In the next moment, pillars of light shot up from different parts of the Kongxian school. There were a total of 360 pillars of light scattered in different parts of the mysterious Kongxing planet. These were the foundations of the array. Each of the 360 pillars of light was tens of thousands of miles wide. They intersected in the sky and formed a huge array that enveloped the entire mysterious Kongxing planet. This was the Star Protection Array. It was similar to the Mountain Protection Array of the sects that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. However, this array was many times more powerful. It could shroud an entire planet. In fact, powerful factions like the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Ice Soul race, and the Scarlet Flame race all had their own Astral Guardian Array to protect their main planet. After the Astral Guardian Array was activated, the teleportation array that Lu Ming and the others had just come out of lit up. Then the sect leaders of the three overlords and other experts arrived. They flew towards the mysterious Kongxing planet and stood outside of it. Long Zhoushan, hand over the star core. The Mystic Academy's dean roared and attacked. A huge palm formed and covered at least a few million miles and slammed down on the mysterious Kongxing planet. Boom! The huge palm slammed into the array. The array lit up and a terrifying divine light burst out, resisting the Mystic Academy's dean's palm. In the end, the Mystic Academy's dean's palm was riddled with holes and dissipated in the air. Seeing that the Winged Demon Academy's dean's attack had been blocked, the other members of the Kongxian school heaved sighs of relief. Longhaoshan, hand over the star core. Do you think a single formation can stop so many of us? The dean of the Mystic Academy said angrily. All members of the sect, pay attention. Use all of your power to activate the spell formation. My mission for you is to defend it for half a month. After half a month, I have a way to repel the enemy. You may go. Lu Ming, stay behind. Longhaoshan commanded. Soon after, the God King Realm experts, Autarch Cosmos Sovereign, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others all left one after another, leaving only Lu Ming and Dragon Zhoushan. Attack. Outside the formation, the Dean of the Mystic Academy roared angrily and launched another attack. In addition, the invincible Kenzo Sect Master, the immeasurable Sacred Land Master, and the other God Kings had also launched their attacks. One after another, terrifying attacks rained down on Kongxian Star. Each of these attacks was terrifying to the extreme. Lu Ming felt that each of these attacks could turn him into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Lu Ming, follow me. Longhaoshan waved his sleeves and brought Lu Ming to a certain place in the Kongxian school. They're finally going to act. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the heavenly god realm, Lu Ming guessed that Longhaoshan was about to act. Guemo guessed that Longhaoshan's physical body had already been taken over by another powerful existence, and that existence's main body was being suppressed by the rising dragon formation. Longhaoshan's goal was to rescue his main body. Soon after, they arrived at a place. The Nether Dragon's secret realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the entrance to the Nether Dragon's secret realm. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained the measure formula in the Nether Dragon's secret realm. Could it be that the rising dragon formation that Longhaoshan spoke of was in the Nether Dragon's secret realm? Lu Ming's guess was correct. Longhaoshan brought Lu Ming into the Nether Dragon's secret realm with a single step. After entering the Nether Dragon's secret realm, they flew in a certain direction. Soon after, they arrived in front of a huge mountain range. This mountain range was extremely huge, as if a divine dragon was lying on the ground. Boom! Longhaoshan suddenly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a ray of divine light slashed towards the mountain range. Just as the divine light was about to hit the mountain range seemed to come alive, transforming into a divine dragon that soared into the sky and disappeared into the firmament. Following that, a light screen appeared in the area of the mountain range, blocking Longhaoshan's divine light. From afar, it looked like a light screen that covered the ground. Rising dragon formation. Longhaoshan muttered, his eyes burning with anticipation. It really is the rising dragon formation. There's definitely a powerful existence suppressed in this formation. My guess was right. The Bone Demon's voice sounded in Long Zhoushan's mind. Of course, he was communicating with his soul. Furthermore, the Bone Demon's control was very subtle, so Longhaoshan didn't notice. Longhaoshan, why did you bring me here? Lu Ming asked, even though he already knew the answer. Haha, of course I'm lending it to you. The nether dragon blood curse that I've been accumulating in your body for so long can finally be put to use. Longhaoshan laughed. His laughter was filled with incomparable savagery and madness. Following that, Longhaoshan's hands rapidly formed seals. At the same time, a dazzling light exploded from Lu Ming's body. Then numerous black runes spread out like small snakes. The nether dragon blood curse had been activated. Countless black runes covered Lu Ming's body. Go in. Longhaoshan waved his hand and Lu Ming flew towards the rising dragon formation. Buzz. When Lu Ming neared the rising dragon formation, the rising dragon formation shook and emitted rays of light that rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that the rays of light contained a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Lu Ming himself definitely couldn't withstand it. However, at this time, the black nether dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body seemed to have come alive. It extended from Lu Ming's body and entangled with the rays of light from the rising dragon formation. It was like a battle between living creatures. On the other hand, Lu Ming's figure successfully entered the rising dragon formation. Ha ha ha, the nether dragon blood curse is indeed able to restrain the rising dragon formation. I'm finally free, I'm finally free. Longhaoshan laughed maniacally, venting his emotions. It was as if he had gone mad. Following that, Longhaoshan formed seals again. The nether dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body shone brightly. Then a terrifying suction force appeared. At this moment, Lu Ming's blood, essence, qi, and spirit all rushed towards the nether dragon blood curse, as if they were going to be devoured by it. Longhaoshan, you said that you wouldn't harm my life. If you continue like this, I won't be able to hold on. Lu Ming roared. Chapter 29:13. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're really naive. If I don't sacrifice you to the nether dragon blood curse, how can I break the soaring dragon formation? How can I break free? Lu Ming, rest in peace. If you can help me break free, you'll die a worthy death. Ha ha ha. Longhaoshan laughed maniacally and sped up his hand seals. The nether dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body grew like wild grass. Countless small snakes extended out from Lu Ming's body. After these little snakes extended out, they entangled with the soaring dragon formation, firmly entangling the soaring dragon formation. Then, a gap was actually opened in the soaring dragon formation. A passage appeared where the nether dragon blood curse was entangled. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the soaring dragon formation. This was the roar of a dragon. It carried a terrifying pressure that made Lu Ming's heart tremble. Divine dragon. The soaring dragon formation is trapping a divine dragon. Longhaoshan's body is a divine dragon. Guemo shouted. Lu Ming's face also changed. He didn't expect that the existence occupying Longhaoshan's body was actually a divine dragon. Could it be the nether dragon of the divine dragons? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The nether dragon was an extremely rare divine dragon. However, it was an extremely terrifying existence. Every one of them had shocking strength. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars came from the depths of the soaring dragon formation. They were filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, I'm about to break free. In the future, the Qin Tian starfield will be my world. Longhaoshan laughed and stepped into the passage opened by the soaring dragon formation. If the soaring dragon formation hadn't been opened, Longhaoshan definitely wouldn't have been able to enter. Now that the nether dragon blood curse had opened up a path in the rising dragon formation, he could pass through the formation and help his main body escape. Then he could use the stellar core to recover his strength to his peak. Once he recovered to his peak, no one in the Qin Tian starfield would be his match. Lu Ming, you really are my lucky star. Longhaoshan walked towards Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming now. At this moment, Bone transmitted a message to Lu Ming. Really? Am I really your lucky star? Lu Ming looked at Longhaoshan with a sneer. Lu Ming waved his hand and a disc array flew out from Lu Ming's hand. This array disc was something that Lu Ming had asked Yuya to refine. Before Lu Ming went to the dim light celestial river, Yuya had already refined it and handed it to Lu Ming. As soon as the disc array flew out, it rapidly expanded and floated above Lu Ming's head. At the same time, It emitted countless rays of light that faintly resonated with the rising dragon formation. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, the nether dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body began to explode. It was like it was being crushed by some kind of energy. At the same time, the amount character art continuously poured energy into Lu Ming's body, allowing Lu Ming's divine energy to remain at its peak. What's going on? What's going on? Long Zhoushan's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't understand why the nether dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body would suddenly explode. He naturally didn't know that this was a disc array that Lu Ming had refined using Bone Devil's teachings. He had used the rising dragon formation's power to destroy it. Long Zhoushan, the one to die today is you, shouted Lu Ming. The disc array above his head began to emit dazzling light. Then Lu Ming waved his hand, and the entire rising dragon formation trembled. Then countless rays of light shot toward Long Zhoushan. What's going on? How can you control the rising dragon formation? Long Zhoushan shouted in disbelief. But in the next moment, the rising dragon formation's rays of light bombarded Long Zhoushan's body. Boom! Boom! Long Zhoushan tried his best to resist. However, the rising dragon formation's power was too strong. Even with Long Zhoushan's strength, he couldn't resist it. The rays of light bombarded his body, and the powerful force suppressed Long Zhoushan. Boom! Long Zhoushan knelt on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Roar! Long Zhoushan let out a beast-like roar. The terrifying divine energy of a divine king erupted. It was like a burning planet, trying to break free from the rising dragon formation's suppression. Kill him! Lu Ming shouted. The disc array above his head shone even brighter. It had completely merged with the rising dragon formation. This was the Bone Devil Sex Lu Ming's disc array. It was incomparably mysterious. It could control the rising dragon formation for a short period of time, and suppress Long Zhoushan. Well, the rising dragon formation seemed to have a mind of its own. Rays of light turned into chains, wrapping around Long Zhoushan. Although Long Zhoushan tried his best to resist, it was useless. His body was tightly bound by the rising dragon formation's light chains. These light chains had a terrifying suppressive effect. Once they were bound, they would kill their target. Damn it! Long Zhoushan roared as he struggled. He couldn't believe it. Lu Ming could control the rising dragon formation. This was completely out of his expectations. He had researched for countless years, but he still couldn't find a way to control the rising dragon formation. If he knew such a method, why would he need to use Lu Ming to refine the nether dragon blood curse? He would have released his main body long ago. Lu Ming, a young disciple, actually knew how to control the rising dragon formation? But now he didn't have time to think about it. Escaping was the most important thing. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You really have guts. You dare offend your superior? Release me! Long Zhoushan roared, taking out his status as the Kongxian School's sect master to pressure Lu Ming. Laughable. You want my life, but I don't dare resist? Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming disdainfully sneered. Furthermore, you're not the Kongxian School's sect master, Long Zhoushan. The real Long Zhoushan's soul has long since been destroyed by you. You're the nether dragon inside, right? How? How did you know? This time, Long Zhoushan was even more shocked. Lu Ming was actually able to guess this. He was practically a monster. Correct, I'm not Long Zhoushan. I'm the nether dragon. Lu Ming, do you know how strong I am? Once I escape, I can suppress the Qin Tian starfield with a flip of my hand. Release me now, and I swear I won't harm your life. In fact, I'll even give you a great fortune. Roared Long Zhoushan. Seeing that his threats weren't working, Long Zhoushan immediately changed his strategy. Great fortune? I don't care. I'll only be at ease after I get rid of you. Lu Ming snorted and continued to control the rising dragon formation to kill Long Zhoushan. Bang! Bang! Long Zhoushan's body let out a series of explosions as his divine power was crushed by the power of the rising dragon formation. Chapter 29:14. Long Zhoushan couldn't hold on any longer. The divine power in his body kept exploding. Then wounds appeared on his body and blood flowed out. Then the rising dragon formation's power seeped into his body and targeted his soul. Roar! At this moment, Long Haoshan let out a dragon's roar. A bright light shone from between his eyebrows. A pitch-black shadow of a nether dragon flew out from between his eyebrows in an attempt to escape. This was a part of the nether dragon's soul. It had taken over Long Joshan's body and controlled him. The nether dragon's soul was forced out by the rising dragon formation. The nether dragon's soul wanted to escape, but it was bound by the rising dragon formation's power and couldn't escape. Once the nether dragon's soul left, Long Joshan's body didn't have the ability to resist. It exploded and turned to dust under the rising dragon formation's attack. The Grandmaster of a generation, the sect leader of the Kongxian school, had truly disappeared from this world. Only a storage ring was left floating in the air. The rising dragon formation naturally wouldn't attack the storage ring. Lu Ming's heart thumped. He sent out divine power and wrapped the storage ring in his hand. Lu Ming could not hide the joy on his face. Long Joshan must have hidden the planetary core in his storage ring, and now it was in Lu Ming's hands. That was a peerless treasure that even divine kings would fight to the death for. How could Lu Ming not be tempted? Lu Ming, I'll make you die a horrible death. Long Joshan's soul roared crazily. He was being attacked by the rising dragon formation, and his soul was much weaker. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he collapsed. Roar. At this moment, a shocking roar came from the depths of the rising dragon formation. It was the nether dragon's roar. Rumble. The entire land began to shake violently. Oh no, the nether dragon is trying to break through the formation. Guemo was a little nervous. Rumble. The shaking in the depths of the formation became more and more intense. Through the gap, one could see the huge nether dragon struggling with all its might. Its huge body twisted as it crawled towards Lu Ming. The nether dragon blood curse from before had opened a gap in the rising dragon formation. The nether dragon was going to climb out through this gap. Crash. Despite being very far away, the horrifying aura spread over, pressuring Lu Ming to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. Not good. Lu Ming, hurry up and destroy this part of the soul. Guemo hurriedly shouted. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming used all his strength to control the rising dragon formation, to destroy that part of the nether dragon's soul. Under the full force of the rising dragon formation, this part of the soul finally exploded with a bang and vanished into thin air. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Inside the rising dragon formation, the nether dragon let out an angry roar. His body emitted a scorching light. A terrifying aura gushed out like an avalanche and crashed into the rising dragon formation. His huge body continued to crawl through the gap from before. Two huge dragon eyes ferociously stared at Lu Ming, wanting to tear Lu Ming to pieces. The part of the soul that occupied the dragon mountain was not just a little bit. It was at least half of the nether dragon's complete soul. Otherwise, it would not have been able to control the dragon mountain for so many years and display such power. The loss of this part of the soul was very serious for the nether dragon. Therefore, Lu Ming had to die. Not good. Lu Ming, retreat. Get out of the rising dragon formation, and use the rising dragon formation to suppress him. Guemo shouted. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He rapidly retreated and charged out of the rising dragon formation. Die, I want you to die. The nether dragon roared. Berserk power continued to erupt. He crazily charged through the gap from before. It had to be said that this nether dragon's strength was truly unfathomable. It had been suppressed here for who knew how many years. Now that a part of its soul had been destroyed, the strength it could display was still terrifying. The entire rising dragon formation was violently trembling. Suppress, suppress for me. Lu Ming used all his strength to control the rising dragon formation. Countless light chains wrapped around the nether dragon. But as the nether dragon struggled, many of the light chains shattered. The nether dragon slowly crawled out of the rising dragon formation. The main thing was that the nether dragon blood curse had opened a gap in the rising dragon formation. Without this gap, no matter how strong the nether dragon was, it would not have been able to charge out. But now it was in danger. Bang! Bang! This nether dragon had 7 dragon claws on its abdomen. It was a 7-clawed divine dragon. His 7 dragon claws stepped on the ground step by step as he walked towards the outside. Although he was constantly attacked by the rising dragon formation, leaving wounds on his body, He did not care and charged out with all his strength. He knew that this was his last chance. If he did not take this chance to escape, he would be trapped here forever. He would not have the chance to escape until his lifespan ran out. So even if he had to pay a great price, he had to escape. Moreover, Lu Ming still had a star core on him. As long as he escaped, he could kill Lu Ming and obtain the star core on Lu Ming's body. Then he would be able to recover a portion of his strength in a short amount of time. So he charged out without any regard for his life. Soon he had reached half the distance. Roar! The nether dragon roared and a terrifying pressure charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The nether dragon was too strong, much stronger than Lu Ming. Even if his strength was greatly reduced, a portion of his soul destroyed, and he was heavily injured by the rising dragon formation, he was still shockingly strong. Not good. If this continues, he might really escape. Once he escapes, he will definitely be the first to chase after you. You won't be able to escape from such an existence. The bone demon shouted. Then what do we do? Asked Lu Ming. Fight, I can only fight. This time, I can only fight with my life on the line. The bone demon's eyes revealed a ruthless look. How? Asked Lu Ming. Take the initiative to attack and charge into his mouth. Then, use all your strength to control the rising dragon formation to deal with him. I will use a secret technique to completely destroy his soul, said the bone demon. Okay, let's do that. Lu Ming was a decisive person. Although this was like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth and was very dangerous, he still decided to do it. He would fight to rise from the brink of death. Roar. At this moment, the nether dragon opened his mouth and roared, his killing intent as cold as a knife. Now, shouted the bone demon. Before the bone demon's voice had even faded, Lu Ming had already charged out and charged into the nether dragon's mouth. You're courting death. Watch me completely refine you. The nether dragon roared and his divine power surged, enveloping Lu Ming. Chapter 29:15. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming roared. The disc above his head lit up as he used all his strength to control the rising dragon formation to suppress the nether dragon. He had no choice but to use even more divine power to block the rising dragon formation. This way, he would have much less divine power to deal with Lu Ming. Now watch me. I'm going to go all out. The bone devil roared. Its body emitted a terrifying black light. It opened its mouth and spat out an ugly earthen jar. Buzz. The earthen jar vibrated slightly and emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. This aura made Lu Ming's entire body tense up. It was as if he was facing an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Then the jar gave off a light that enveloped Lu Ming. This light could help Lu Ming block the nether dragon's divine power outside. Lu Ming, you can't block it. I'll go destroy his soul. The bone demon roared and charged into the jar. Then he controlled the jar to soar into the sky and disappear from Lu Ming's sight. He seemed to be flying towards the nether dragon's head. Roar! Roar! Not long after, the nether dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. The divine power attacking Lu Ming was greatly reduced. Ah, who are you? Who are you? The nether dragon kept roaring as if he was terrified. His huge body continued to struggle and roll as he slowly rushed out of the rising dragon formation. Slowly, his head left the rising dragon formation. This made the nether dragon's struggle even stronger. Waves of divine power whizzed and charged toward Lu Ming. The impact caused the layer of light shield outside Lu Ming's body to vibrate continuously. Bone demon, you have to hurry. Otherwise, I'll die here. Lu Ming roared in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only use all his strength to control the rising dragon formation to suppress the nether dragon. Just like this, another moment passed. The majority of the nether dragon's body had already left the rising dragon formation. His struggle and counterattack became more and more intense. Ah, no, I beg you, spare me. At this moment, the nether dragon let out a terrified cry and begged for mercy. Disappear. Then the bone demon's cold voice sounded. Roar. The nether dragon let out an unwilling roar. The next moment, the divine power attacking Lu Ming all retreated and disappeared without a trace. Did you succeed? Lu Ming had an expectant expression. Whoosh. At this moment, the bone demon controlled the jar and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Senior Bone Demon, did you succeed? Lu Ming asked hopefully. Success. The damage to my strength. The Bone Devil cried out miserably. Every time you make a move, you say that you've suffered great losses. Yes, I will. Lu Ming could only smile apologetically. This time. Senior Bone Demon, what do we do now? Lu Ming asked. This nether dragon's corpse is good stuff. I can stay here for a while. You control the rising dragon formation and let the nether dragon out. I can also control him to fight off the enemies outside. The Bone Demon said. Okay. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately controlled the rising dragon formation to stop suppressing the nether dragon. The Bone Demon's body flashed and entered the nether dragon's mind. Then he controlled the nether dragon's body and successfully climbed out of the rising dragon formation. Once out of the rising dragon formation, Lu Ming flew out of the nether dragon's mouth. Boom. At this moment, a shocking aura erupted from the nether dragon's body. This aura made Lu Ming's heart tremble. It was even stronger than the dragon mountain from before. This nether dragon has such terrifying strength. Now that its soul has been destroyed and it has been suppressed for so many years, it can still release such an aura. It's really shocking. Lu Ming sighed. Of course. This nether dragon was an existence that surpassed the godly king realm when it was at its peak. The Bone Demon's voice came from the nether dragon's forehead. An existence that surpassed the godly king realm? Lu Ming sighed and looked forward to it. A godly king was an existence that could destroy a planet. How strong was an existence that surpassed the godly king realm? Xian Yanqing's condition for Lu Ming was to surpass the godly king realm. Only then could he find her and help her. He must reach that realm. Lu Ming, come up. I will bring you out. Let's defeat those who attacked the Kongxian school first. You still need to stay in the Kongxian school. The Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded. He moved and landed on the head of the nether dragon. The nether dragon twisted its body and dashed out. At this moment, the mysterious Kongxian planet was in danger. The leaders of the Mystic Academy, the invincible Kenzo, and the immeasurable sacred ground led their godly king realm experts to attack the Kongxian school's astral guardian array. Not only them, but the top 10 sects also joined in and attacked the Kongxian school's astral guardian array. Although the Kongxian school's astral guardian array was powerful, there were too many experts. After holding on for so long, it was in danger and could collapse at any time. Dragon Mountain, get out here. Don't think that you can stop us with just the astral guardian array. The Dean of the Mystic Academy roared. His aura was as deep as the ocean as he formed a demonic sword and slashed at the Kongxian school's astral guardian array. That's right. You want to keep the stellar core for yourself? Don't even think about it. Hand it over. The sect master of the invincible Kenzo continued to attack. Every slash of his sword seemed to be able to split the mysterious Kongxian planet in half. Rumble. The Kongxian school's astral guardian array shook under the terrifying attacks. Bam. Bam. Suddenly, the Kongxian school's astral guardian array cracked. Oh no, the astral guardian array is about to break. An elder of the Kongxian school exclaimed. Once the astral guardian array was broken, they would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. Sect Master. Where did the Sect Master go? The Sect Master disappeared with Lu Ming. I don't know where they went. What should we do? Everyone in the Kongxian school was anxious like ants on a hot pan. Bam. Bam. More and more cracks appeared on the astral guardian array. In the end, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The astral guardian array completely collapsed and disappeared. The aura of the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the Sect Master of the invincible Kenzo engulfed the Kongxian school like a storm. Everyone in the Kongxian school felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Their faces were filled with fear, and they broke out in cold sweat. They felt like they were in trouble. Chapter 29:16. The Dean of the Mystic Academy scanned the Kongxian school from top to bottom with his piercing gaze. Those who were caught in his gaze shuddered in fear and dared not look him in the eye. Even the Divine King experts of the Kongxian school reacted the same way. The Dean of the Mystic Academy was the true overlord of the Qin Tian Star Zone. He stood at the pinnacle of the universe and most divine kings were no match for him. In the entire Kongxian school, only the dragon Zhoushan was a match for the dean of the Mystic Academy. This was also the reason why the Kongxian school was able to become the leader of the top 10 sections. The other sect lords of the top 10 sects were no match for the dean of the Mystic Academy. Now that Dragon Zhoushan was not around, no one dared to face the dean of the Mystic Academy. Where is Dragon Zhoushan? Get him out here. The dean of the Mystic Academy shouted. Senior, we don't know where Overlord Dragon Zhoushan is either. An elder of the Kongxian school replied. You don't know where he is? Do you think hiding is going to help? I will destroy the Kongxian school and see where he can hide. The dean of the Mystic Academy said coldly. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Not good. Everyone in the Kongxian school was shocked. Boom. The dean of the Mystic Academy made his move. He waved his hand and a gigantic demonic palm appeared and pressed down on the Kongxian school. The demonic palm was so big that it covered the Kongxian school's inner and outer gates. If the palm landed on the Kongxian school, it would be razed to the ground. Stop him. Let's work together. Inside the Kongxian school, there were angry voices. Then 9 figures rose into the sky. They were the 9 founding elders of the Kongxian school. All of them were divine kings. They attacked together, each of them unleashing their ultimate skills. 9 brilliant attacks were launched towards the demonic palm in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. 9 terrifying collisions were heard. The sky and the earth trembled violently. Finally, the demonic palm was blocked and dispersed in the air. However, the 9 elders of the Kongxian school let out muffled groans. Their bodies trembled violently as they fell towards the Kongxian school's mountain gate and heavily smashed into the ground. Those with weaker cultivations spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. After all, there was still a huge gap between them and the dean of the Mystic Academy. Although they managed to block his attack, they were also injured. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. The dean of the Mystic Academy snorted coldly. A demonic sword flew out from his body, and he held it in his hand. A terrifying sword intent emanated from the sword. Everyone in the Kongxian school was in despair. If the dean of the Mystic Academy were to attack with his full strength, the Kongxian school would have to mobilize most of the founding elders to stand a chance. However, one must not forget that the Hybrid Devil Academy still had other Grand Elders. In addition, there were also the elites from the Invincible Kenzo and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. If all of them attacked together, the Kongxian school would be destroyed in an instant. It's over. Some people's faces were pale. Were they going to die here today? Headmaster, my Paragon clan is willing to submit to the Yimo Academy. Headmaster, please spare our lives. At this moment, a voice was heard from the Kongxian school. Then a person stepped out of the voice and stood in midair. He bowed respectfully to the dean of the Mystic Academy. Zhizuandong, it's him. He's going to submit to the Mystic Academy. Shameless traitor. Many people from the Kongxian school cursed in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Oh, you want to submit to me? The dean of the Mystic Academy said. Not me, but the Supreme Family. Why aren't you coming out? Zhizuandong glanced at the people from the Supreme Family. Following this, several figures flew out from the formation. Among them were Zhi Qianquan and the other members of the Supreme Family. There were many elites and even 2 founding elders. Okay, I agree. The dean of the Mystic Academy nodded and agreed. This was a powerful force. It would be a waste if he did not take it. Thank you, Dean. From now on, the Supreme Family will follow your lead. Zhizuandong hurriedly said. Zhizuandong, you despicable traitor. How dare you betray the Kongxian school? At this moment, an angry roar sounded. It was Yu Wuya. He stared at Zhizuandong with an angry face. What do you mean by shameless? This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. Yu Wuya, I advise you to surrender. What's the point of resisting? Zhizuandong sneered. Despicable is despicable. You still have so many excuses for yourself. Yu Wuya shouted angrily. Zhizuandong, I've misjudged you. Your Supreme Family is full of ungrateful wretches. The other founding elders of the Kongxian school also shouted angrily. Ji Zuandong snorted. His face was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "A bunch of stubborn fools. I won't accompany you if you want to die." After saying that, Ji Zuandong led the people from the Supreme Family and flew toward the Dean of the Mystic Academy. Then, they stood obediently beside the Dean of the Mystic Academy like obedient dogs. "Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time." Ji Zuandong roared in his heart as he stood among the crowd. His gaze scanned the Kongxian school. He wanted to find Lu Ming and kill him. It was a pity that he could not find Lu Ming even after looking around. "Since you're not here, then the people closest to you will die." Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming's faction. Ji Zuandong's gaze swept over Ouyang Qingxiang and Hai Luchang and the others. "Who else wants to surrender? If you join the invincible Kenzo, I won't pursue the matter." At this moment, the invincible Kenzo's sect master stepped forward. The Kongxian school's subordinates weren't weak. They were also envious. "If you join the immeasurable sacred ground, I won't pursue the matter." The immeasurable sacred ground's sect master also spoke. Within the Kongxian school, some people's eyes flickered. Some people were tempted. If they insisted on contending with the major factions, they would only die. Surrendering would give them a chance to live. They had cultivated for so many years, and their lifespans were extremely long. Once they reached the martial god realm, they would be able to live for a stellar star year. Who would be willing to be killed? "You want us to be traitors? Don't even think about it. Once we become traitors, we'll be cursed for eternity. Not only us, but our future generations won't be able to raise their heads. We're definitely not traitors. You can give up," roared Yu Wuya. His words made some people from the Jizun families turn red with shame. It also made some people who originally wanted to surrender hesitate. That's right. Once they betrayed, they would be cursed for eternity. Others might not dare say it in front of them, but they would definitely point fingers behind their backs. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The Mystic Academy's sect master's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yu Wuya. Then a demonic sword slashed at Yu Wuya. This sword's power was boundless. Yu Wuya's expression was extremely grave as he pushed his strength to the limit. He wanted to block this sword. Chapter 29:17. Yu Wuya's body glowed with radiance as he turned into a full moon. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The power of this move was not weak, but it was still inferior to the attack of the Dean of the Mystic Academy. The demonic sword pierced through the air and slashed the full moon. The full moon shook violently before it was split in half by the demonic sword. The moonlight dissipated as Yu Wuya's figure appeared in midair. He was coughing out blood as his body was almost split in half. There was a deep wound on his body that was extremely hideous. There was even a pitch-black demonic chi on it. Yu Wuya's body was thrown back and fell towards the entrance of the Kongxian school. "Father! Grandfather!" A few voices rang out as a few figures flashed and caught Yu Wuya. They were Yu Xian, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others. Their faces were filled with anxiety. "Old man Yu, you're so stubborn. You're courting death." Seeing that Yu Wuya was severely injured in one move, Jizun was extremely happy and mocked him. The faces of the other members of the Kongxian school were pale. Some of them hesitated again, considering if they should surrender. The Dean of the Mystic Academy was too strong. Other than Dragon Zhoushan, no one in the Kongxian school could defeat him. Even someone as strong as Yu Wuya was injured in one move. "I'll give you one more chance. Swear on your life origin that I'll spare your life if you surrender to me." The Dean of the Mystic Academy stared at Yu Wuya and said again, "Kill me if you want. You want me to surrender and be your dog? Dream on." Yu Wuya roared. Jizun moved. Jizun and the others' faces darkened when they heard this. It was obvious that Yu Wuya was calling them dogs. "All right, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." The Dean of the Mystic Academy said coldly. A demonic sword soared into the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. The fatal attack was about to land. With Yu Wuya's current state, he would definitely not be able to block this attack. "Xingemo, if you want to die, why don't you try?" At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was filled with cold killing intent and an unquestionable tone. Many people were shocked. Xingemo was the name of the Dean of the Mystic Academy. However, in the Qin star field, other than a few people, no one dared to call him by his name. They all respectfully addressed him as Dean or Lord Dean. But now, there was someone who dared to call the Dean of the Mystic Academy by his name, and even threatened him. Who was it? How audacious! This is? Ouyang Qingxiang Yulinglong, and Hai, and the others were astonished. This was because they recognized the voice. It was Lu Ming's voice. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming, that bastard. Paragon of Universe roared furiously. He hated Lu Ming to the core, and naturally remembered Lu Ming's voice clearly. Who is it? Show yourself. The Dean of the Mystic Academy stopped his attack and stared coldly in the direction of Lu Ming's voice. Roar. A dragon's roar came from that direction, causing the void to tremble. Following that, an incomparably huge divine dragon appeared in front of them. This divine dragon was naturally the Nether Dragon, and Lu Ming was standing on its head. A divine dragon. What a terrifying aura. Look, there's someone on the divine dragon's head. It's Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Many of the Kongxian school's disciples cried out. They recognized Lu Ming. Even more people were shocked. Lu Ming had appeared on a divine dragon. This divine dragon's aura was extremely terrifying. Brat, were you the one who spoke just now? The Mystic Academy's dean stared coldly at Lu Ming. If it were anyone else, they would probably tremble in fear if they were stared at by someone like the Mystic Academy's dean. But Lu Ming completely ignored him. He was still glaring at the Mystic Academy's dean with killing intent. Not bad. Looks like you're not that stupid, Lu Ming said indifferently. Many people's hearts pounded. They were almost scared to death. Did Lu Ming eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? He actually dared to call the Mystic Academy's dean stupid. Did he not want to live anymore? This brat is really courting death. Haha, that's good. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Universe Supremacy laughed inside. This brat is dead for sure. Many people had the same thought. Ouyang Qingxiang Yulinglong, and the others were sweating for Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, good, very good. I don't know how many years it has been since someone dared to say that to me. Very good, I'll make you beg for death. The Mystic Academy's dean laughed in anger. His body emitted cold killing intent. Boom. Suddenly, the Mystic Academy's dean attacked. A huge demonic claw appeared and grabbed at Lu Ming, enveloping both Lu Ming and the Nether Dragon. Not good. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others' expressions changed. However, with their strength, they could only watch. They couldn't help. However, facing this attack, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. There was even a trace of disdain. When the demonic claw was about to reach, the Nether Dragon moved. Roar. The Nether Dragon roared. A black dragon claw emitted a dim light as it grabbed at the dean. Bang. When the Nether Dragon's claw clashed with the Mystic Academy's dean's demonic claw, there was only a slight poof before the Nether Dragon's claw was destroyed. Following this, the Nether Dragon roared. 7 dragon claws from its abdomen stepped out and clawed at the Mystic Academy's dean. So strong. Many people's hearts pounded. The Nether Dragon's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. It easily destroyed the Mystic Academy's dean's attack, and even started a counterattack. The Mystic Academy's dean's expression changed. He roared and the demonic sword in his hand howled. Rays of terrifying sword light slashed at the Nether Dragon. Clang! Clang! The demonic sword light clashed with the dragon claw, creating an ear-piercing sound. It was like metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying force swept in all directions. Not good. Retreat. Many people's expressions changed. The battle between the Nether Dragon and the Mystic Academy's dean was too shocking. The force that spread everywhere was terrifying. If anyone below the Divine King level was caught in it, they would probably die. However, Lu Ming was naturally fine. He stood on the Nether Dragon's head, and was protected by the Nether Dragon's energy. Continuous explosions sounded. In an instant, the two sides had exchanged over 100 blows. Roar. The Nether Dragon roared furiously. Its huge body twisted and powerful divine power surged out. It shot out along the dragon claw. The Mystic Academy's dean's sword light shook violently. It couldn't block it and started to shatter. In the end, A dragon claw pierced through the sword light and grabbed at the Mystic Academy's dean. The Mystic Academy's dean's expression changed. He roared and slashed out a vast sword light. In the next moment, the sword light shattered. The Mystic Academy's dean's body shook violently. He retreated thousands of miles, and a trace of blood seeped out of his mouth. Simony people gasped. The Mystic Academy's dean wasn't a match and was injured. This was unbelievable. Chapter 29:18. In the Qin-Tian starfield, the dean of the Hybrid Demon Academy stood at the pinnacle. Even the sect leader of the Immeasurable Sacred Ground, and the sect leader of the Indestructible Sword Sect, and the sacred leader of the Immeasurable Sacred Ground were on par with him. Only the legendary figures of the Scarlet Flame Tribe and the Ice Soul Tribe could injure him. But now, a young man riding a divine dragon had appeared and injured the dean of the Mystic Academy. This? Ouyang Qingxiang Yu Linglong, and the others were stunned. Where did this divine dragon come from? It was too strong. It could injure the dean of the Mystic Academy. It was definitely an overlord. However, such a powerful existence actually allowed Lu Ming to ride on its head. The stronger the existence, the more arrogant they would be. Riding on their head was a great humiliation. It was like an ordinary person stepping on the dean of the Mystic Academy. It was unbelievable. Lu Ming, I can't see through him at all. Ouyang Qingxiang whispered. They weren't the only ones who thought so. The others had the same thought. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure was growing taller and taller in their eyes. He seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, giving people an unfathomable feeling. How is this possible? How is this possible? Supreme Universe Master and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Especially Supreme Universe Master. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. He kept yelling in his heart. Why was Lu Ming so lucky? Why didn't all of this belong to him? You're just a third King God Realm cultivator. You can only do whatever you want in the Qin-Tian star area. Let me send you to hell. Lu Ming stood on the head of the underworld dragon, looking down at the Dean of the Mystic Academy. The Dean of the Mystic Academy, Xing Mo, was a third King God Realm cultivator. Of course Lu Ming didn't know that. Guemo told him that. It was extremely difficult to break through to the Divine King Realm. Each breakthrough was extremely difficult. It required a huge amount of resources, talent and luck. Otherwise it would be difficult to break through. Of course, the gap between each level was huge. Although the gap between the empty God Realm, the true God Realm, and the heavenly God Realm was huge, it was far from the Divine King Realm. In the Divine King Realm, the higher one's cultivation base, the higher one's cultivation base, the higher one's cultivation base, the higher one's cultivation base. In the Qin-Tian star area, most God Realm cultivators were at the first King God Realm. Second King God Realm cultivators were the strongest among the Divine Kings. For example, Yu Wuya of the Sky Xian sect was a second Heaven King God Realm expert. Divine King God Realm cultivators of the three great were Divine King God Realm. Besides, the patriarchs of the top 10 sects were also at the second King God Realm. Of course, the Dragon Mountain was an exception. On the other hand, the Dean of the Hybrid Demon Academy, the Patriarch of the Imperishable Sword Sect, and the Boundless Saint Prince were all existences of the third King God Realm. Realm Divine Heaven God Realm S's gods. Earth levels. Third King God Realm was the peak of the Qin-Tian star area. However, it was said that the Scarlet Flame Clan and the Ice Soul Clan had fourth King God Realm experts. But they were rare. They were usually in seclusion. After the Nether Dragon's voice, he continued to attack the Mystic Academy's Dean. The Mystic Academy's Dean shouted furiously. He tried his best to fight against the Nether Dragon. However, he was still defeated. After a few moves, he was pushed back again. His body was almost torn apart by the Nether Dragon's dragon claw. Even so, there was a wound on his body. Who are you? Who are you? You're definitely not from the Qin-Tian star area. Which star area are you from? The Mystic Academy's Dean shouted. You don't have the right to know who I am. Die. The Nether Dragon roared and continued to attack the Mystic Academy's Dean. Attack. Attack together. Do you two want to watch him defeat us one by one? The Mystic Academy's Dean shouted. At first, he was talking to the godly kings of the Mystic Academy. Then he was talking to the invincible Kinzo's sacred leader, and the boundless sacred land's sacred leader. He knew that he wasn't Nether Dragon's dean alone. In the next moment, the Mystic Academy's godly kings attacked together with Xing Mo. They attacked the Nether Dragon. At the same time, the invincible Kinzo's sacred leader and the boundless sacred land's sacred leader also attacked the Nether Dragon. With so many experts working together, their power could destroy the heavens and earth. Good. A bunch of ants. Today, I'll show you how strong I am. The Nether Dragon or Guemo roared. The Nether Dragon's body shone with a dark light. His huge body twisted as he charged at the experts. Bang! Bang! The Nether Dragon's dragon claw continuously stepped out. Each claw was huge and could destroy hundreds of mountains. At the same time, the Nether Dragon's horn shone with light. It was even sharper than a divine blade. The Nether Dragon attacked with all his strength. He didn't care about his own defense. Die! Xing Mo, the invincible Kinzo's sacred leader, and the others roared. Terrifying attacks landed on the Nether Dragon's body. They wanted to kill him. But the instant their attacks landed, their expressions changed dramatically. This was because when their attacks landed on the Nether Dragon's body, it was like attacking a sturdy weapon, let alone breaking through the Nether Dragon's defense. They couldn't even leave a mark on the dragon's scales. How is this possible? Their eyes widened. They couldn't believe it. Not good. Following this, their hearts beat wildly. The Nether Dragon's attack had already arrived. They could only defend with all their strength. Bang! Bang! With a series of explosions, the experts of the three overlord forces were sent flying like cannonballs. Some of the weaker ones even spat out mouthfuls of blood. In this clash, the Nether Dragon had the complete advantage. Everyone else was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Facing so many experts, the Nether Dragon still had the upper hand. They naturally didn't know that the Nether Dragon was an existence that surpassed godly kings. His physical body was unbelievably strong, and his defense was shocking. Even if he didn't counterattack, a mere third-layer godly king couldn't break through his defense. Not to mention the second and first-layer godly kings. If it weren't for the fact that the Nether Dragon's injuries were too severe, and he didn't even have 1/10,000th of his original strength, killing the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the others would be a piece of cake. This wasn't an exaggeration. If the Nether Dragon was at his peak, he could kill the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the others with a single breath. In the Godly King realm, the difference between each layer was huge. A fourth-layer Godly King could crush a third-layer Godly King, let alone those that surpass Godly Kings. Die! The Nether Dragon roared and continued to attack the experts of the three overlord forces. This time, the Nether Dragon didn't attack the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the invincible Kinzo's sacred leader. Although the Nether Dragon could suppress third-layer godly kings in his current state, it would be difficult for him to kill them. Therefore, the Nether Dragon attacked the first-layer godly kings. Chapter 29:19. The Dragon Claw grabbed a first-layer godly god-layer expert. That first-layer godly god-layer expert was a senior elder of the Mystic Academy. His expression changed drastically. His god chi surged, shooting out beams of god light. He wanted to break the Nether Dragon's attack and escape. However, with the Nether Dragon's current strength, dealing with a first-layer godly god-layer expert was very easy. The Dragon Claw slashed down and the first-layer godly god-layer expert's attack instantly collapsed. The first sky of King God Realm Warrior was like a balloon being squeezed by the Dragon Claw, bursting into pieces. A godly king had fallen just like that. Kill the people of the Mystic Academy first. Lu Ming said coldly on the dragon's head. As expected, the Nether Dragon focused on killing the people of the Mystic Academy. Many people were astonished. They hadn't thought that the powerful Nether Dragon would actually listen to Lu Ming. Stop him! Stop him! The Dean of the Mystic Academy shouted furiously. He and the other experts attacked unceasingly. However, the Nether Dragon didn't care about their attacks at all. He let the attacks land on his body, but he was completely fine. After a while, another senior elder of the Mystic Academy was grabbed by the Dragon Claw. With a ripping sound, the senior elder was torn into two halves. The Mystic Academy had lost another godly king. The godly kings of the three overlords and the other top forces were scared out of their wits. The first layer godly god layer experts were even forced to retreat. The dean of the hybrid demon academy let out an unresigned roar. His heart was bleeding. That was two godly kings. In the Qintian Star area, godly kings were the top forces. Even the three overlords didn't have many of them. Two of them had died consecutively. Retreat! Retreat! The dean of the Mystic Academy finally wanted to retreat. He roared furiously and led the other experts of the Mystic Academy to retreat quickly. They didn't dare to continue attacking the Nether Dragon. As for the invincible Kenzo, the immeasurable Holy Land, and the other top forces, they retreated even faster than the Mystic Academy. Kill! The Nether Dragon roared. He didn't want to let them go so easily. He twisted his body and attacked again. Go! The three overlords and the other top forces experts' expressions changed. They didn't dare to stay. They turned around and fled as far as they could. The others can leave, but you traitor must stay. Lu Ming's dragon's head. Following this, the Nether Dragon changed directions and charged towards the Supreme Beings and the Supreme Beings' families. Damn it. Go. Go. With a roar, Paragon Move unleashed a stream of god power and fled with the Paragon of the Cosmos. However, there were many people in the Supreme Clans. The others didn't have this kind of speed. The Nether Dragon turned and caught up to the Supreme Clans. Emperor of Emperor. Godly Emperor of. Traitor, you must pay the price. Be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The Nether Dragon's huge dragon claw swiped down. Bang. Bang. Large groups of Supreme family members exploded. Under the terrifying power of the Nether Dragon, they turned to ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Supreme Being clans had fallen. Jizun couldn't care less about the other members of the Jizun clan. He took Jizun, the most talented junior of the younger generation, and the other two god kings of the Jizun clan and fled frantically. Once a Supreme Being moves, you won't be able to escape. Lu Ming roared. The Bone Devil controlled the Nether Dragon to chase after the Primes. The Nether Dragon's body was huge, hundreds of thousands of meters long. With a twist of its body, a terrifying power burst forth. Everywhere it passed, large amounts of Supreme family members were killed. The reason why Lu Ming was so decisive and merciless was to intimidate them. To intimidate those who wanted to betray Kongxian School. As expected, seeing this scene, many Kongxian School members turned pale. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't surrendered before. If they had, they would have ended up like this. We can't let the traitors go. The traitors must be punished. Yuya roared. That's right. We can't let the Supreme family members go. Disciples of Kongxian School, follow me and kill all the traitors. Another Doyen also roared. He soared into the air and charged toward the Supreme family members. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone in Kongxian School charged toward the Supreme family members. How could a single Supreme clan be a match for the entire Profound Sky sect? In just a short while, all of the Supreme clans were surrounded, and an iron-blooded slaughter began. No, spare me. Senior Brother Gu, we have such a good relationship. Please spare me. The Supreme family members kept begging for mercy. Traitors, don't try to be friends with me. I was blind in the past and mistook you for a friend. Go on your way. Kill. How could the Kongxian School members be merciful? In order to prove their loyalty and that they weren't on the same side as the Supreme family members, they were even more ruthless. Large groups of Supreme Being clans were being slaughtered. At this moment, the Nether Dragon carrying Lu Ming had almost caught up to Jizun Dong and the other two godly kings of the Supreme family. Dean, save me, save me. Jizun Dong roared, begging for help from the Mystic Academy's Dean. He knew that with his strength, he wasn't a match for the Nether Dragon. If he was caught, only death would await him. Only the Mystic Academy's Dean could save them. However, the Mystic Academy's Dean couldn't be bothered with him. He didn't even look at him as he quickly flew forward. What a joke. Why would he go save Jizun Dong and the others? He wanted nothing more than for Zhizundong and the others to be caught. That way, he could buy some time for them to escape safely. Seeing the Mystic Academy's dean ignore him, despair appeared on Zhizundong's face. "Xingmo, you shameless bastard. You'll die a horrible death." Zhizundong roared furiously and cursed. "Zhizundong, you're courting death." The Mystic Academy's dean's gaze turned cold. He turned around and slashed his devil sword at Zhizundong. Zhizundong was startled and unleashed a series of attacks to block. Although this was just a casual attack from the Mystic Academy's dean, its power was still terrifying. Although Zhizundong blocked it, he had no choice but to stop. As soon as he stopped, Lu Ming caught up to him. "Zhizundong, die." The Nether Dragon's claw slashed at Zhizundong. This attack was much stronger than the Mystic Academy's dean's attack. Supreme God Fist. Zhizundong roared crazily. His body was covered in a resplendent golden light as he continuously punched out with his fists. Huge golden fists shot towards the Nether Dragon's claw. However, Zhizundong was only at the second Godly King layer. The Nether Dragon could even suppress a third Godly King layer. How could a second Godly King layer resist? Bang! Bang! Explosions rang out continuously. Zhizundong's fists collapsed. The dragon's claw didn't stop attacking Zhizundong. Chapter 29-20. The Nether Dragon's massive claw slammed into Sovereign Dong's body. Sovereign Dong cried out as he was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and half of his body had exploded. He looked as wretched as possible. Even Zhizundong, who was beside Zhizundong, was affected. The lower half of his body exploded. He floated in the air, terrified. When the other two godly kings of the Supreme Family saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they split into two different directions and flew away, leaving Zhizundong behind. "Lu Ming, leave those two traitors to us." At this moment, two elders flew past Lu Ming and chased after the two godly kings of the Supreme Family. These two elders of the Kongxian school were extremely powerful elders. They had both reached the second heavenly layer of the Godly King realm. The two godly kings of the Supreme Family were only at the first heavenly layer of the Godly King realm. They couldn't escape from the second heavenly layer of the Godly King realm. The Nether Dragon stopped and looked at Zhizundong and Zhizunkuan coldly. Zhizundong and Zhizunkuan both looked desperate. Lu Ming, I beg you, spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll be your slave in the future. I'll follow you wholeheartedly." Suddenly, Zhizunkuan cried out, begging Lu Ming for mercy. "Zunkuan, what are you doing? If you want to die, then die. Why are you begging him for mercy? Even if the men of the Supreme Family die, they have to die with dignity," shouted Zhizundong. "Shut up. If you want to die, I don't want to accompany you," shouted Zhizunkuan. His face was incomparably sinister. He was a heavenly genius. He had a bright future ahead of him. With his talent, breaking through to the Godly King realm was a cinch. Once he reached the Godly King realm, his lifespan would increase explosively. He could live for 5 eternal star years. With such a long lifespan, how much happiness could he enjoy? Why should he die? In order to survive, he was willing to give up his backbone. Immediately, Paragon of Heaven and Earth turned to Lu Ming. There was a fawning expression on his face as he said, "Lu Ming, no, Holy Son Lu Ming, as long as you let me off, I'll do anything for you. I'll be loyal to you in the future." How shameless. I really misjudged him before. How could such a person become the first saint of our Kongxian school? Bah. Many of the Kongxian school's disciples looked at the Supreme Saint with disdain. "Oh, it's not impossible for me to let you go. How about this? You go and kill him, and I'll let you go." Lu Ming pointed at Jizun and said, "Kill him? But he's a divine king realm powerhouse. I'm not his match at all." Autark Universe Sovereign said with an ugly expression. "This is simple. Yulong." Lu Ming transmitted to Yulong, "Kill." Yulong roared and pounced at Jizun. At this moment, Jizun was already heavily injured and could not escape. He could only barely resist, but Yulong's dragon claw slammed down and sent Jizun flying. This time, Jizun's injuries were even more serious. His body was in tatters, and even his divine flame was almost extinguished. His strength was not even a tenth of his original. Now he doesn't have much strength left. Go and kill him. I promise you, as long as you kill him, I won't kill you. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll go and kill him. Autark Universe Sovereign clenched his teeth and charged at Jizun. Autark Universe Sovereign, you dare? Jizun roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never thought that Autark Universe Sovereign would really kill him. Jizun, didn't you say that I am the future hope of the Jizun family? That's why I can't die. Help me. As long as I'm alive, the Jizun family will rise again in the future. Do you understand? Autark Universe Sovereign secretly transmitted to Jizun. At the same time, his body lit up and he unleashed a sovereign divine fist at Jizun. You disobedient son. Jizun roared. He was extremely disappointed in Autark Universe Sovereign. Furthermore, he did not want to give up. He would rather die at the hands of Lu Ming than die at the hands of Autark Universe Sovereign. If he really died at the hands of Autark Universe Sovereign, the Jizun family would go down in history as a joke. So Jizun resisted. He mustered his remaining strength and also punched. Boom. Jizun and Autark Universe Sovereign's attacks collided, releasing dazzling golden light. Then, the two of them rapidly retreated. You still want to resist? Die. Autark Universe Sovereign roared. In order to show his loyalty to Lu Ming, his eyes turned red and he madly attacked Jizun. However, Jizun was a cultivator of the second king god layer. Although he was severely injured, he was still very strong. He fought Autark Universe Sovereign, and it was hard to tell who would win. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. At this moment, the other two cultivators of the first king god layer of the Jizun family had been defeated by the two cultivators of the second king god layer of the Kongxian school. Their cultivations had been destroyed. A large number of Kongxian school's elders and disciples surrounded the area, watching the battle between Autark Universe Sovereign and Jizun from afar. On the other hand, the three overlords and some other top forces had already escaped. Lu Ming did not let Yulong chase after them. With Yulong's current state, he could suppress the Mystic Academy's dean and the others. However, it was impossible for him to kill them. Yulong's current state was that with his strong physical body, his defense was shocking. He could protect himself, but his attack power was not enough. Therefore, he could only let them escape. Die, old man. Why are you still resisting? Die. Autark Universe Sovereign had gone crazy. He kept attacking Jizun. At this moment, the two of them were already injured. Lu Ming, kill me. Just kill me. Jizun roared. He wanted to die at Lu Ming's hands. I have a dog of the Jizun family following my orders. Why should I do it myself? Lu Ming sneered. When Autark Universe Sovereign heard this, he was furious. However, he did not dare to show it. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be dissatisfied. He had no choice but to vent all his anger on Jizun Dong. Sigh, forget it. Jizun sighed. He did not want to resist anymore. If he continued, he would only become a joke. Suddenly, Jizun retracted all his divine power and stopped resisting. Bang! Autark Universe Sovereign punched Jizun's head, causing it to explode. Jizun had died. A god king of a generation had died at the hands of the junior he had favored the most. It was truly a great tragedy. Ha ha ha, old man, you're finally dead. Ha ha ha. Autark Universe Sovereign laughed crazily. After a long while, he stopped and then looked at Lu Ming with a flattering smile. Holy Sun Lu Ming, look, I've already killed Jizun. Chapter 29-21. That's right. Lu Ming nodded, then said mockingly, Supreme Universe Supremacy. You're worse than a dog. You killed your own elder to save your own life. Creak. Supreme Universe Supremacy clenched his fists, feeling greatly humiliated. He lowered his head, his eyes full of murderous intent. Lu Ming, I'll compromise first. As long as I can save my own life, one day, I'll make you pay 10 times, no 100 times, 1,000 times. I'll kill your family one by one in front of you. I'll cripple your cultivation, and let you live like a dead dog in pain. Supreme Universe Supremacy roared in his heart, hating Lu Ming to the core. However, when he raised his head, the murderous intent and hatred in his eyes disappeared, leaving only a smile. Lu Ming the bachelor sage is right. However, Supreme Universe Supremacy is too stubborn. He even dared to offend a prodigy like the bachelor sage Lu Ming. He deserves to die. Supreme Universe Supremacy smiled apologetically. Shameless. Oh my god, he's really shameless. He's too shameless. Bachelor sage Lu Ming said that Supreme Universe Supremacy is worse than a dog. I used to respect him so much. How disgusting. Many disciples of Kongxian school saw this scene and scolded and mocked. Now they were not afraid of Supreme Universe Supremacy. Supreme Universe Supremacy was filled with murderous intent, but he still had a smile on his face. Bachelor sage Lu Ming, can I follow you from now on? Follow me? I only promised not to kill you. I didn't say that I wanted you to follow me. Lu Ming said calmly. Yes. I don't deserve to follow Bachelor sage Lu Ming. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Supreme Universe Supremacy nodded repeatedly. He was even happier that Lu Ming didn't want him to follow him. Leave. Traitor, you still want to leave? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. Supreme Universe's figure stiffened and his expression turned ugly. Saint Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? You said that as long as I kill Supreme Universe, you will not kill me and let me off. That's right. I did promise not to kill you, but that's only on behalf of myself. I can't represent all the elders and disciples of Kongxian school. You betrayed the Kongxian school, so naturally, you will be punished by the Kongxian school. Lu Ming said indifferently. You Lu Ming. You're despicable. You're shameless. You don't keep your word. Autark Universe Sovereign roared. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. When did I go back on my words? I said that I wouldn't kill you, so I won't kill you. However, I'm just the holy son of the Kongxian school. I don't have the authority to represent the founding members of the Kongxian school. Fellow founding members, what do you think should be the punishment for betraying the sect? Lu Ming looked at the founding members of the Kongxian school. Those who betray the sect should be executed. Yu Wuya said coldly. All right, then I'll leave Autark Universe Sovereign to you. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you're despicable. Autark Universe Sovereign roared hysterically. How could he not know that from the start, Lu Ming had no intention of letting him go? Even that powerful nether dragon listened to Lu Ming's orders. If Lu Ming said something, who in the Kongxian school would dare to go against him? However, Lu Ming said that he couldn't represent the founding members of the Kongxian school. Traitor die. Yu Wuya stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a ray of moonlight slashed at Autark Universe Sovereign. Although Yu Wuya had suffered some damage, it was still far from something that Autark Universe Sovereign could block. Lu Ming, I curse you. Autark Universe Sovereign roared. But before he could finish, he was struck by Yu Wuya. His body was torn apart, and his soul was extinguished. He died on the spot. Now the Autark family was practically completely destroyed. After dealing with the Autark family, the people of the Kongxian school looked at Lu Ming. Especially when they looked at the nether dragon beneath his feet, they were filled with reverence. The founding members of the Kongxian school flew over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I wonder who this is? Yu Wuya looked at the nether dragon. He was naturally asking about the nether dragon. This is a friend of mine. Lu Ming smiled. A friend? Everyone's eyes narrowed. In their eyes, Lu Ming had become even more unfathomable. Such a powerful existence was actually Lu Ming's friend. Clang. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a bell rang out from within the Kongxian school. That's a death knell. What's going on? Many people's expressions changed. The death knell wouldn't be rung under normal circumstances. It would only be rung when a major figure of the Kongxian school had fallen. This time, a major figure of the Kongxian school had indeed fallen. That was Autark Universe Sovereign. But Autark Universe Sovereign was a traitor. Naturally, the death knell wouldn't be rung because of him. The schoolmaster has fallen. The schoolmaster has fallen. At this moment, a white-haired old man flew out and cried out sorrowfully. What? The schoolmaster has fallen. Many people were shocked. Founding Elder Shang, what's going on? How did the schoolmaster suddenly fall? The founding members all flew over to the old man and asked. I don't know either. When I saw that the situation was settled, I returned to the Life Palace, and saw that the schoolmaster's life tablet had shattered. Founding Elder Shang said, "Many of the major figures of the Kongxian school had life tablets stored in their life palaces. Once the life tablet shattered, it meant that they had fallen." What? How could this be? What's going on? No wonder the schoolmaster didn't appear before. Immediately, everyone in the Kongxian school discussed and made all kinds of guesses. However, no one knew the result. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't tell them how Dragon Boat Mountain had fallen. The matter of the schoolmaster's death is to be kept a secret for now. No one is to leak it. In the end, the founding members gave the order. However, they also knew that such a big matter couldn't be kept a secret for long. It was only a matter of time before it was leaked. They secretly rejoiced that there was an expert like Yulong in the Kongxian school. Otherwise, once the news of Dragon Boat Mountain's death was leaked, the Kongxian school would probably be in danger. Not to mention the three overlord forces. Even some of the top forces wouldn't be afraid of them. Next, the founding members of the Kongxian school started to discuss what to do next. Lu Ming suggested that the founding members assist Ouyang Qingxiang to temporarily take charge of the Kongxian school. When Ouyang Qingxiang became the divine king, she would officially take over the Kongxian school. Ouyang Qingxiang was a Zongzi, and with Lu Ming's suggestion, the founding members naturally agreed. Lu Ming's words now carried a lot of weight. Once he spoke, the founding members of the Kongxian school had to think twice. Just like that, the founding members assisted Ouyang Qingxiang in managing the Kongxian school, and the Kongxian school was on the right track. The Nether Dragon's secret realm. Lu Ming, this Yulong is too heavily injured. I can still use this Yulong's body for now. I'll stay in the Yulong's body and heal in the Yulong's secret realm. You'll have to rely on yourself for everything else. The Bone Demon's voice sounded. Chapter 29-22. Alright, just focus on recuperating. Don't worry about me. Lu Ming nodded. He was still looking forward to it. This Nether Dragon was originally an existence that surpassed the Godly King realm. Once it recovered, it would be extremely terrifying. Of course, the Nether Dragon's soul had already been destroyed. The Bone Demon was only temporarily borrowing its body. It was impossible for it to recover to its peak. But even if it couldn't recover to its peak, as long as it recovered to the peak of the Godly King realm, Lu Ming could do whatever he wanted. Then I'll be leaving, the Bone Demon said as he controlled the Nether Dragon. With a twist of its body, it flew into the depths of the Nether Dragon's secret realm and disappeared. As for Lu Ming, he left the Nether Dragon's secret realm. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at a mountain peak. This mountain peak was an independent peak of the Kongxian school. The divine aura was extremely dense and the cultivation environment was extremely good. Even in the entire Kongxian school, it could be ranked at the top. But now, it belonged to Lu Ming alone. After setting up a simple array around the mountain peak, Lu Ming came to a large hall at the center of the mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. Then, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Looking at the storage ring, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense anticipation. Because this storage ring belonged to the Dragon Mountain. What kind of treasure would the storage ring of a sect master contain? Lu Ming didn't know about other things, but Lu Ming knew that the stellar core was definitely in this storage ring. There really is a restriction. Lu Ming scanned the storage ring with his spiritual sense, and found that there was indeed a restriction on it. However, this was the storage ring of the Dragon Mountain. He couldn't ask the Kongxian school's Godly King for help. He could only break the restriction himself. With a thought, the 6 divine fires in his dantian burned fiercely. With the sovereign's God Force as the lead, the 6 types of God Force mixed together and surged towards the restriction on the storage ring. Lu Ming wanted to slowly erase the restriction on it. Even with the mysteries of the sovereign's God Force, Lu Ming still took 3 months to erase the restrictions on the storage ring. As soon as the restriction was obliterated, Lu Ming's spiritual sense entered the ring and impatiently scanned it. The first thing he saw was a jade box in the spatial ring. Even though they were separated by the jade box, they could still feel the surging energy emanating from it. Star core. Lu Ming concluded that what was inside this jade box was definitely a star core. Lu Ming's palm glowed as the jade box appeared in his hand. So heavy. Lu Ming's expression changed. He almost couldn't hold the jade box. The weight of the jade box was shocking. Kid, with your current cultivation, you won't be able to absorb this stellar core. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of the quantifying character formula sounded. Then what cultivation level do I have to be able to absorb it? Lu Ming asked. This stellar core was refined by someone with a great ability. Its energy is strong and powerful. At the very least, you need to be in the Divine King realm to be able to absorb it. Otherwise, your soul and body will be burned to ashes. The quantifying character formula said. Only a Divine King realm can absorb it? God knows how long that will take. Lu Ming looked depressed. Originally, he thought that after obtaining the stellar core, he could rely on it to advance by leaps and bounds. It seemed that he had thought too much. Kid, don't be depressed. Have you forgotten that there is still this old lady here? The quantifying character formula's proud voice sounded. You can absorb and refine this stellar core? Lu Ming's tone was full of doubt. Back then, the quantifying character formula needed a long time to refine a piece of nether dragon blood jade, and the energy of the ancient god flower. The energy of the stellar core was many times stronger than the nether dragon blood jade and the ancient god flower. How could the quantifying character formula refine it? Lu Ming seriously doubted. Kid, what kind of tone is that? Are you doubting this old lady's ability? I'm so angry. The quantifying character formula roared. I'm not doubting your ability. It's just that you needed such a long time to refine the energy of the nether dragon blood jade and the ancient god flower. Then wouldn't it take tens of thousands of years to refine this stellar core? Lu Ming muttered. Nonsense, kid. What do you know? This old lady is now residing in your body and is living with you. This old lady's ability is also determined by your cultivation. If your cultivation is weak, this old lady's ability will be weak. The higher your cultivation, this old lady's ability will be stronger. In the past, this old lady's refining ability was weak, because you were a good-for-nothing. Do you understand now? The quantifying character formula screamed. Lu Ming's face was full of cold sweat. However, he finally understood that the quantifying character formula's energy was closely related to his strength. This made sense. Otherwise, the quantifying character formula was one of the origin ancient characters. Just its previous refining speed was too slow. Kid, now that your cultivation has reached the heavenly god realm, this old lady's refining ability has also been greatly improved. I can barely refine this stellar core. However, I can only refine it slowly. It will take a long time to completely refine it. However, even if I can only refine it bit by bit, when I transfer the refined energy to you, it will greatly increase your cultivation speed. Kid, your cultivation method is special. You need to cultivate many different kinds of divine power and divine fire. Especially when you reach the Divine King realm, you will condense more stellar cores than others. At that time, every time you break through, the energy you need will be many times more than others. Your cultivation speed will also be many times slower. However, with this stellar core, your cultivation speed will not be slow. The quantifying character formula went on for a long time. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, he cultivated the universe myriad Dao technique and cultivated many different kinds of divine power. The energy he needed to break through was much more than others. In this way, his cultivation speed was bound to be very slow. Therefore, during this period, he did not dare to cultivate other divine techniques. He was afraid that it would affect his cultivation speed. However, with this stellar core, no matter how many divine techniques he cultivated, no matter how much divine power he cultivated, he was not afraid. Old Liang, can you swallow this stellar core directly? Lu Ming asked. Of course. The quantifying character formula said. Then, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a quantifying character flew out from his glabella. Lu Ming, open the jade box. The quantifying character formula said. Lu Ming immediately circulated his divine power and condensed two large hands. He grabbed the jade box and opened the lid of the jade box. As soon as the lid of the jade box was opened, Lu Ming saw a crystal the size of a human head in the jade box. It was dazzling like a small sun and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. In an instant, there was a terrifying energy that was about to soar into the sky. Fortunately, the quantifying character formula rapidly expanded and enveloped the stellar core. The next moment, the energy fluctuation disappeared along with the stellar core to avoid alerting others. After the quantifying character formula swallowed the stellar core, it flew into Lu Ming's glabella and settled down in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming knew that it would take time for the quantifying character formula to refine the stellar core. He just needed to wait patiently for the harvest. Chapter 29-23. After dealing with the stellar core, Lu Ming began to organize the other items in the Dragon Mountain's interspatial ring. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming was still shocked. There were too many treasures in the interspatial ring. Low-grade divine crystals and mid-grade divine crystals were piled up like a mountain. It was hard to tell how many pieces there were, but it was enough for Lu Ming to use for a long time. There were also divine pellets with different functions, but all of them were of excellent quality. In addition, all kinds of crafting materials and metallic materials were also piled up like mountains. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. When Qiuqiu woke up, he wouldn't have to worry about food for a long time. In addition, there were all sorts of divine artifacts of various grades. Lu Ming's thoughts flickered and a scarlet spear appeared in his hand. Buzz! Lu Ming circulated his god force and brandished the spear. A terrifying rumble resounded in the air. Good spear. Lu Ming smiled. This was a high-grade 9th-grade divine artifact, most suitable for Lu Ming's current use. Lu Ming immediately refined this divine artifact. After refining it, the spear flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. It would be very convenient for him to use it in the future. Other than that, the Dragon Mountain had also collected a lot of secret manuals of divine skills, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. Lu Ming went through the interspatial ring. What made Lu Ming the happiest was that there were 2 sets of Saint-grade divine arts. These 2 divine arts were not the ones collected by the Kongxian school. Lu Ming had never seen them before. Clearly, they were the Dragon Mountain's private collection. Ah! Lu Ming laughed heartily. Now that he had the stellar core, he wanted to cultivate a few more types of god force. Now there were divine arts delivered to his doorstep. As long as he could cultivate these 2 divine arts, his divine power would become even more vigorous. After putting away the 2 Saint-grade divine arts, Lu Ming took out some interspatial rings. These interspatial rings were obtained by Lu Ming after killing the Mystic Academies and Invincible Kinzo-S prodigies. Lu Ming organized these interspatial rings. What made Lu Ming ecstatic was that he had obtained another 2 sets of divine techniques. One of them was from the Mystic Academy's 4-eyed hollow court, called the multi-eyed divine art. When cultivated to the peak, one could cultivate the multi-eyed divine art. The 4-eyed hollow court's divine art was this kind of divine art. Lu Ming was most excited about the other one. It was from the Invincible Kinzo-S prodigy, Shuobudong. It was called the Invincible Sword Art. This divine art was the Invincible Kinzo-S signature art. However, there were very few who could cultivate it to the peak because once cultivated to the peak, one would be able to cultivate the Invincible Sword Art, a divine-grade divine art. For example, the Invincible Kinzo-S prodigy, Sword Dao Wuji, had cultivated this divine art to the peak and cultivated the Invincible Sword Art to the peak. He had cultivated the Invincible Kinzo-S divine art to the peak and cultivated the Invincible Sword Art to the peak. As for Shuobudong, he had only cultivated the Saint-grade divine art. He was far from cultivating the divine-grade divine art. Lu Ming's heart thumped wildly. He had the universe myriad Dao technique, so he did not need to cultivate it to the peak. He only needed to cultivate a strand of divine art. Immediately, Lu Ming decided that he would spend the rest of his time practicing these 4 divine skills. As for those king-grade divine skills, Lu Ming was not interested in them at all. This was because it was very difficult for a king-grade divine art to condense a star nucleus. When Lu Ming stepped into the divine king realm, the king-grade divine art would not be of much use. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity in the future to integrate the 3 types of king-grade divine power in his body into the sacred-grade divine power, or divine-grade divine power that had similar attributes. Let's start with the divine-grade martial art, indestructible sword art. Lu Ming thought, then took out the invincible sword art, and studied it carefully. The difficulty of cultivating a divine-grade divine technique was naturally incomparable to that of a sacred-grade divine technique. Lu Ming spent a full year before he succeeded in cultivating the first level. After cultivating the first level, Lu Ming condensed a strand of invincible sword force. For Lu Ming, this was enough. After cultivating the first level, Lu Ming put down the invincible sword art and began to comprehend the other saint-grade divine art, the many-eyed divine art. In this way, Lu Ming spent a few years to cultivate all 4 divine arts to the first level and cultivate a strand of divine art. Cultivating to this point was just the beginning. Then Lu Ming wholeheartedly operated the universe myriad Dao technique to strengthen these 4 types of divine arts. It would take a long time to cultivate these 4 types of divine arts to the same level as the other divine arts. Then Lu Ming fell into a deep level of seclusion. After the previous turmoil in the Qin Tian star field, it also fell into peace. Time passed quickly. 200 years had passed. 200 years was just a blink of an eye for the Qin Tian star field. But for Lu Ming, it was a great harvest. After 200 years, Lu Ming finally cultivated 3 of the saint-grade divine arts to the same level as the other divine arts. Only the invincible sword force was harder to cultivate because it was a divine-grade divine art. It had not reached the same level as the other divine arts, but the difference was not too big. In a few more decades, he should be able to catch up. As such, Lu Ming had a total of 10 divine arts in his dantian. They were extremely bright like 10 stars in the sky. Among them, there were 2 divine-grade divine arts, 5 saint-grade divine arts, and 3 king-grade divine arts. Now, although Lu Ming's cultivation was still in the first level of the heavenly god realm, compared to 200 years ago, Lu Ming's divine arts were much stronger. His battle prowess had also increased by a notch. Moreover, in these 200 years, he did not just cultivate the universe myriad Dao technique. He took time to comprehend the mystical dragon aspect technique, various divine skills, and the battle character technique. He had made significant improvements in all aspects. In terms of divine skills, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the 3rd move of the apocalyptic 3 strikes, Star Explosion. This move was called Star Explosion. It was easy to imagine how powerful it was. In addition, the 9 heavens Kuan Peng art and 9 layers of crimson gold armor had both reached the 7th layer. The 9 heavens Kuan Peng art had reached the 7th layer, which was the peak. However, the 9 heavens Kuan Peng art was an incomplete speed-type divine skill. There must be other higher layers. Lu Ming planned to spend some time looking for them. As for the battle character technique, Lu Ming had finally reached the peak of multiplying his battle prowess by 4 times, achieving a success rate of 100%. Lu Ming had already started to comprehend the 5 times battle prowess. However, it was too difficult. After many years of cultivation, Lu Ming was still clueless. In short, after 200 years, although Lu Ming's cultivation had not improved, his battle prowess had improved significantly. If Lu Ming were to face the god son of the Mystic Academy, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat his opponent. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, a slender figure arrived. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming rose with a smile and went up to her. He held Autumn Moon's hand and observed Autumn Moon carefully. His eyes flickered as he exclaimed in surprise, "Autumn Moon, you've broken through to the heaven god realm." Chapter 29-24. Yes, I just made a breakthrough a while ago. Autumn Moon nodded with joy on her face. She had finally caught up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was amazed. Ever since Autumn Moon had awakened her 9 apertures sacred heart, her cultivation speed was amazing. Even without any fortuitous encounters, her cultivation speed was still very fast. 200 years ago, Lu Ming's words carried more weight in the Kongxian school. Almost no one would go against his words. Therefore, Autumn Moon could enter and leave the Kongxian school as she pleased. In addition, Lu Ming had given her a large number of resources to help her. Thus, Autumn Moon's cultivation was improving at an amazing speed. Now Autumn Moon had broken through the heavenly god realm and reached level 1 heavenly god realm. She was on par with Lu Ming. Moreover, Autumn Moon had also cultivated the universe myriad Dao technique to the highest level. She had successfully cultivated the sovereign divine power. Her combat strength was also very strong. If she were in the major sex, She would be a divine son. Of course, no one knew about this. Qiuyu, take these divine arts and profound techniques and cultivate them. Lu Ming gave Qiuyu the indestructible sword technique, multi-eyed divine technique, ultimate cold divine technique, and other divine techniques. With Autumn Moon's talent, it was only a matter of time before she could cultivate many divine powers. Moreover, with Autumn Moon's 9 apertures sacred heart, her cultivation speed would not be slow even if she could control many divine powers. If it were others, even if they had the universe myriad Tao technique and cultivated many divine powers, their cultivation speed would be as slow as a snail. However, Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula and Autumn Moon had the 9 apertures sacred heart. They did not have to worry about this. So many. Autumn Moon was shocked when she saw so many divine skills and divine skills. Of course, don't you know who your young master is? These divine skills and divine skills are nothing. I will give you more in the future. Lu Ming began to boast. I knew it from Autumn Moon that young master is the best. Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes and kissed Lu Ming on the lips. Then, she immediately retracted her hand. However, Lu Ming reached out and held Autumn Moon's slender waist, pulling Autumn Moon into his arms. Now that you know how powerful the young master is, I'll make it up to him today. Lu Ming smirked. Young master is up to no good again. Autumn Moon giggled. Then I'll show you how bad I am. Lu Ming laughed and carried Autumn Moon into a room. Soon, a seductive voice came from the room. In the days that followed, under Lu Ming's guidance, Autumn Moon practiced all kinds of divine arts and techniques. Her progress was astonishing, and even Lu Ming felt inferior. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. On this day, the Senate of Kongxian School suddenly sent a message to Lu Ming, saying that there was an important matter. Lu Ming rushed to the meeting hall and found Ouyang Qingxiang and the other saints there. When Fuko Seiko and the others saw Lu Ming, their faces turned pale, and their faces were full of respect. Greetings, Saint Lu Ming. Fuko Seiko and the others greeted Lu Ming politely. Now, if Lu Ming said one, they would definitely not dare to say two. Lu Ming nodded casually and swept his gaze across the hall. In addition to the saints and saintesses, the Senate of Kongxian School and many intersect elders were almost all present. Lu Ming. Saint Lu Ming. These Senate and intersect elders also greeted Lu Ming. Everyone, why are you all gathered here today? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, we received news not long ago that the emissary of the Taishu dynasty is coming to Kongxian School. Ouyang Qingxiang said. The Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Lu Ming had known for a long time that the Taishu Sacred Court was a universe-level force. It ruled over a vast territory and countless star zones. Qintian Starfield was a remote starfield under the rule of the Taishu dynasty. Because of Jingyu's matter, Lu Ming would sooner or later visit the Taishu dynasty. He did not expect that the Taishu dynasty would suddenly send an emissary to Kongxian School. Why did the emissary of the Taishu dynasty suddenly come to Kongxian School? Lu Ming asked. His mind was racing. Could it be that the emissary of the Taishu dynasty knew about his relationship with Jingyu and came because of him? That was impossible. He did not reveal anything about Jingyu. The emissary of the Taishu dynasty should not know about it. Then what was the reason? We don't know. In the vast Taishu dynasty, Qintian Starfield is a remote place. The Taishu dynasty has always been indifferent and rarely sent an emissary. This time, they suddenly sent an emissary. I don't know why. Ouyang Qingxiang also frowned. The others also looked dignified. They did not know whether the arrival of the emissary of the Taishu dynasty was a blessing or a curse. Although Kongxian School dominated Qintian Starfield, compared to the Taishu dynasty, they were like ants. The difference between an ant and a divine dragon was like the difference between an ant and a divine dragon. Any cultivator from the Taishu sacred dynasty could destroy the Kongxian sect. Therefore, they could not help but feel nervous. It's not the emissary of the Taishu dynasty, but the residents of the 9 extinction Heavenly Lord. At this moment, Yu Wuya said. Residents of the 9 extinction Heavenly Lord? Some people, including Lu Ming, were puzzled. You might not be clear about the division of power in the Taishu dynasty. Let me explain it to you, Yu Wuya said. He sorted out his thoughts and continued. The Taishu dynasty used a system of enfeoffment. In addition to the Taishu dynasty's emissary occupying a large area of the core and the best territory, they also enfeoffed 27 heavenly lords. These 27 heavenly lords were the top experts of the Taishu dynasty. They were also people who had contributed greatly to the Taishu dynasty. The 27 heavenly lords established 27 heavenly lords' residences and ruled over a territory. It was like a country within a country. Their strength was also very shocking. And our Qin Tian starfield is under the rule of the residents of the 9 extinction heavenly lord. Yu Wuya explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough understanding of the division of power in the Taishu dynasty. The 27 heavenly lords were the vassals of the Taishu dynasty. However, the people's faces did not relax. To them, whether it was the Taishu dynasty's emissary or the residents of the 9 extinction heavenly lord, they were both giants that they could not fight against. There was no difference. The emissary from the residents of the 9 extinction heavenly lord is almost here. Let's go out and welcome him. Yu Wuya said. Immediately, the higher-ups of the Kongxian school all flew out into outer space. They stood in space and waited quietly. Roar. Roar. About half an hour later, a series of dragon roars could be heard from afar. Then the crowd saw 9 huge divine dragons pulling a chariot towards them at high speed. The 9 divine dragons were crimson red and were 10,000 meters long. Their auras were extremely shocking. Each of them gave off a terrifying pressure. They're using peak heavenly god divine dragons to pull the chariot. What a big deal. An elder exclaimed. Chapter 29-25. Using 9 divine dragons at the peak of the heavenly god realm to pull the chariot was indeed shocking. Everyone knew that the emissary from the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion had arrived. Roar. Roar. The 9 dragons pulled the chariot at an astonishing speed. It soon arrived in front of Lu Ming and the rest and stopped in the starry sky. Everyone saw that there were more than 10 figures on the chariot. Among them, there were 4 middle-aged burly men. They were burly and exuded a terrifying aura. Supreme being, they were definitely supreme beings. Moreover, they were definitely elites among the supreme beings. The other 6 people were all young people. There were both men and women, and all of them had arrogant looks on their faces, as if they were high and mighty. Kongxian School's Zongzi, Ouyang leads the entire Kongxian School to welcome the emissary from the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion. Ouyang stepped forward and cupped her fists. Welcome the emissary from the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion. The rest of the people from the Kongxian School also cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Of course, Lu Ming was an exception. He just cupped his fists casually and looked at the people from the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion curiously. Zongzi, where's your sect leader? Why isn't he here to welcome us? A young man with 3 red scales between his eyebrows flew down from the chariot and said coldly. However, when his eyes fell on Ouyang, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. To be honest, my sect leader has fallen a few hundred years ago. I'm the temporary successor of my sect leader. Ouyang replied. Oh, the young man with the scales between his eyebrows said softly, and did not comment further. May I ask why you've suddenly come to my Kongxian school? Ouyang nervously asked this question. I was just about to tell you that the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion's treasure, the 9 extinction divine crystal, has been stolen. The young man with the scales between his eyebrows said. Ouyang and the rest looked at each other. What did the theft of the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion's treasure have to do with them? After investigation, the one who stole the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion's treasure, the 9 extinction divine crystal, is from Qin Tian Starfield. The young man with the scales between his eyebrows suddenly said coldly. What? Ouyang, Yu Wuya, and the others' faces changed drastically. The person who stole the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion's treasure was actually someone from Qin Tian Starfield. Could it be that the experts of the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion suspected that it was done by their Kongxian school? When they thought of this, the grand elders and inner court elders of the Kongxian sect broke out in a cold sweat. Esteemed emissaries, are you suspecting that it was done by people from my Kongxian school? That's impossible. With the number of experts in the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace, how could someone from my Kongxian school enter and steal the treasure? Yu Wuya hurriedly said. What you're saying is that the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion's defense is failing. The young man with the scale on his forehead said with a solemn expression. No, that's not what I meant. Lord Envoy has misunderstood. Yu Wuya bowed repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his face. He was a second sky of King God Realm warrior, but he had to bow and bend his knees in front of a junior. The other party's background was too big. It's best that you didn't. The young man with the scale on his forehead snorted and said. This time, every force in the Qintian star field is a suspect. We will investigate all of them, no exceptions. How do you want to investigate? Ouyang Qingxiang asked. It's simple. Gather everyone from the Kongxian school and take out your storage rings for us to check. Also, open your Sea of Consciousness and Dantian. We will also check your Sea of Consciousness and Dantian to prevent you from storing the treasure in your Sea of Consciousness and Dantian. The young man with the scale on his forehead said. What? You want to check our storage rings? And our Sea of Consciousness and Dantian? Many people exclaimed, their faces pale. If that was the case, they would have no more secrets to hide. Storage rings, Sea of Consciousness and Dantian were the biggest secrets of a cultivator. It was impossible to let others see them, who didn't have a secret. However, the other party wanted to check everyone's storage rings, Sea of Consciousness and Dantian in the Kongxian school. How overbearing. What? Do you have a problem with that? The young man with the scale on his forehead asked coldly as his face darkened. The others stepped down from the war chariot and looked at Lu Ming and the others with unfriendly eyes. It would be strange if we don't have any objections. Everyone shouted in their hearts. Dear emissaries, we really didn't steal the treasure of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. We wouldn't dare to do so even if we were given 100 guts. Yes, and our cultivation is low. We can't steal the treasure of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Dear emissaries, please understand. The few elders of the Kongxian school spoke one after another. Nonsense, I don't care. My mission here is to find the 9 extinction divine crystal. Don't talk nonsense with me. Do as I say immediately. The young man with the scale on his forehead shouted coldly, as if he was scolding a group of slaves. He was direct and overbearing, showing no mercy. Yu Wuya and some other Divine King experts looked pale. The other party was just a young man, and they could see that he was only a level 6 heavenly god. If he dared to talk to them like that elsewhere, he would have been slapped to death. However, the other party was an emissary of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion, accompanied by a terrifying expert. They did not dare to do so. That being said, they were not willing to take out their storage rings and open their divine sense Dantian for the other party to inspect. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy. What's wrong? You're still not willing? Does your Kongxian school want to be wiped out? The young man with the scale on his forehead snapped furiously. How bold of you! A voice could be heard. Lu Ming could not stand it any longer and stepped forward. Right from the start, the other party had been acting all high and mighty, looking down on them. It was as if Lu Ming and the rest had to do whatever he said. This really made Lu Ming unhappy. As soon as Lu Ming stepped forward, the young man with the scale on his forehead fixed his gaze on Lu Ming with an icy flicker. Kid, what did you say? The young man with the scale on his forehead snapped coldly. Can't you hear what I said? Is there something wrong with your ears? Lu Ming said coldly. Once his temper flared up, he would not care who the other party was. You want us to give you our storage rings, Divine Sense Dantian, and Divine Sense Dantian as soon as you arrive. Why? Just because you said so? Then, let me check your Divine Sense Dantian first. Lu Ming continued. Kid, you want to check my Divine Sense Dantian? Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly ant. How can you be compared to me? You'll do whatever I tell you to do. Do you understand? Trash. The young man with the scale on his forehead bellowed, looking as if he had Lu Ming under his control. Hee hee, you're talking as if you're very noble. In my opinion, we're all the same. There's no difference between high and low. If you want to investigate us, Why can't we investigate you? Lu Ming sneered. Kid, you're bringing trouble to your Kongxian school. Do you understand? The young man with the scale on his forehead threatened as his face turned colder. Chapter 29-26. You don't have to threaten me. Justice is in our hearts. Let me tell you, Kongxian school, did not steal the treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. It's impossible for you to search our Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. All cultivators know that the Dantian and Sea of Consciousness are the most important secrets. If you want to search our Dantian and Sea of Consciousness, you might as well kill us. Lu Ming said loudly. His Dantian and Sea of Consciousness contained a lot of secrets. The universe myriad Tao scripture could cultivate many kinds of divine powers. There was also the battle formula and measure formula. If any of them were exposed, he would die a horrible death. How could he let them search his Dantian? If you really have doubts, we can swear on our life origin to confirm that we did not steal the treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. In the end, Lu Ming gave in. After all, he had to think for the Kongxian school. Swear on your life origin. I don't trust you. The treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion are precious. You can sacrifice a few of your lives for it. It's totally worth it. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said coldly. Swearing on their life origin, if they broke the oath, it would not be triggered immediately. Instead, they might die from Qigong deviation later on in their cultivation. The other party's meaning was obvious. Even if someone from Kongxian school really stole the treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, they could swear on their life origin. At that time, those who stole the treasures would die because of the oath. However, it was worth it for the treasures of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Yu Wuya and the others looked pale. It was obvious that the other party wanted to search their Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Please go back. It's impossible for you to search our Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. Lu Ming's face turned cold. He had already made a concession, but the other party was still pressing on. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Great. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I can still check your Dantian and Sea of Consciousness after killing you. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows laughed sinisterly. Boom. 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 At this moment, the 4 burly men to release their life origin. The vast pressure covered the entire Kongxian star. What's going on? What a terrifying aura. A terrifying expert has arrived. Danger. The Kongxian school was in a state of chaos. Many people felt the aura and were horrified. Some people were even in the middle of cultivation. Their bodies shook violently and they vomited blood when the aura pressed down on them. 3rd King God Layer. All of them are at the 3rd King God Layer. Yu Wuya couldn't help but cry out in shock. The other eminent elders of the God King realm shuddered as their faces changed drastically. The 4 of them were intimidating experts of the 3rd King God realm. In the Qintian Star area, they were the Dean of the Mystic Academy and the Patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo. They were absolutely overlords. However, 4 of them had come at the same time. Lu Ming's expression changed too. The 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace was indeed intimidating. They could casually send out a 3rd sky of King God Realm warrior. Moreover, he didn't seem to have a high status. Seems like I can only ask the Bone Devil to come here. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Facing this situation, he could only ask the Bone Devil to take action and beat them back. Then he would take the Kongxian school to a place to hide. Except for this method, there was no other way. Haha, a bunch of country bumpkins. You haven't seen the world yet. A few 3rd sky of King God Realm warriors can scare you like this. Seeing Lu Ming and the others change their expressions, the young man with the scale between his eyebrows felt happy. He couldn't help but mock them. Now, I will give you one last chance. Open your storage rings and your Dantian and Sea of Consciousness for us to check. Then, we will spare your lives. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows continued coldly. Yu Wuya and the other eminent elders of the Kongxian school changed their expressions. The other side had 4 3rd sky of King God Realm warriors. Once they attacked, they would definitely die. Thus they hesitated. Compared to being killed, It was acceptable to let them check their dantian and sea of consciousness. However, Lu Ming's attitude was firm, which made them hesitate. Lu Ming had the nether dragon behind him. I will give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't agree after 3 breaths, you will die. 3. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said coldly. Yu Wuya and the others changed their expressions. They looked at Lu Ming, and then at the young man with the scale between his eyebrows. They were extremely anxious. 2. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said again. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Qin Wushang, you are really impressive. You came to the Qin Tian Star Zone to act like a tyrant. Haha. At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. Who is it? The young man with the scale between his eyebrows shouted coldly. He looked in the direction of the voice. In that direction, there was a sword light flying towards them at an astonishing speed. In the next instant, the sword light disappeared and a battle sword appeared in the starry sky. The battle sword was 10,000 meters long. It was incomparably huge. 5 figures stood on the sword. A young man and 4 big men. Wu Zifeng, Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others were somewhat shocked. The young man on the sword was really Wu Zifeng. Miss Qingxiang, Lu Ming grandpa you. Wu Zifeng stepped down and greeted Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Finally, he bowed to Yu Wuya. Zifeng, you came. Good. Seeing Wu Zifeng, Yu Wuya was overjoyed. He said good 3 times in a row and seemed to have completely relaxed. Wu Zifeng, it's you? The young man with the scale between his eyebrows couldn't help exclaiming when he saw Wu Zifeng. He seemed to recognize Wu Zifeng. Qin Wushang, now scram. Wu Zifeng coldly shouted. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows was called Qin Wushang. Wu Zifeng, I came this time to investigate the theft of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Manor's treasures. Do you want to interfere? Qin Wushang said coldly. Don't use the 9 extinction Heavenly King Manor to pressure me. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. You're just an ordinary disciple of the Qin family. You can't represent the 9 extinction Heavenly King Manor. Don't use a chicken feather as a token of authority in front of us. Wu Zifeng sneered. At the same time, the 4 burly men behind Wu Zifeng also burst out with shocking auras. They were all existences of the 3rd layer of the Divine King realm. Looks like Wu Zifeng also came from the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming's heart moved. He already knew that Wu Zifeng wasn't someone from the Qin Tian star field. It turned out that he came from the Taishu dynasty. His background was bigger than he imagined. Even Qin Wushang seemed to be quite afraid of Wu Zifeng. Qin Wushang's face turned ugly. The 9 extinction Heavenly King Manor's territory was vast and boundless. Naturally, there were also many powerful forces under their command. These forces all existed in the form of families. Each and every huge and ancient family helped the 9 extinction Heavenly King Manor to rule the vast territory. Chapter 29-27. These ancient families had been passed down for countless years. Their foundations were deep and their strength was unfathomable. They were not something the Qin Tian star field could compare to. The Wu family and Qin family were such families. However, Qin Wushang's position in the Qin family was not high. Just like what Wu Zifeng said, he was not doing well in the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace. He had only come to the Qin Tian star field to show off, and could not represent the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace. Wu Zifeng, it seems like you must get involved. This is related to the 9 extinction divine crystal. If something happens, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Not to mention you. Even your Wu family won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Wushang said coldly. You don't have to worry about this. Moreover, I can guarantee that the Kongxian school is not the culprit who stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. Now you can scram. Wu Zifeng said. Good, very good. I can leave, but Qin Wushang gritted his teeth. Halfway through his words, his gaze suddenly swept towards Lu Ming. His figure trembled, and like a ray of light, he charged towards Lu Ming, sending a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The energy whistled, and the palm force pressed toward Lu Ming with overwhelming force. 6th level Heavenly God Realm, Saint Grade Divine Power. In an instant, Lu Ming judged Qin Wushang's strength. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming did not have time to think. He could only circulate his divine power and block with his palm. However, Lu Ming did not expect Qin Wushang to suddenly attack him. In a hurry, he could only circulate 30% of his divine power. Boom! The palm strike collided, and Lu Ming's body violently shook. He retreated 1,000 meters before stabilizing his body. Qin Wushang, what are you doing? Wu Zifeng furiously shouted. What am I doing? This lowly ant doesn't know how to respect his seniors and dares to talk back to me. Today, I will not pursue the matter of the Kongxian school. However, this person must die. Qin Wushang shouted, his face malevolent and filled with powerful killing intent. After he finished speaking, Qin Wushang's aura became even stronger. He took a step forward, and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming wave after wave. This person isn't any weaker than Paragon Cosmos. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Qin Wushang's cultivation was at the 6th layer heaven god realm, and the god force he controlled was at the sacred level. He was a genius on the same level as 9 supremes. However, from Wu Zifeng's tone, Qin Wushang seemed to be doing well in the Qin clan. Such a genius was only average in the Qin clan. How many geniuses did the Qin clan have? In other words, how many geniuses did the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion, or even the entire Taishu dynasty have? For a moment, Lu Ming's imagination ran wild, and he even had some desire in his heart. Now among the younger generation of the Qin Heavenly Star Field, Lu Ming was almost standing at the peak. For example, Mo Jiuyi, Limitless Sword Dao, Song Yan Junpe and the others. As long as they had not broken through, he was confident that he could defeat them. Therefore, he longed for stronger opponents who could bring him pressure and make him stronger. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching a hair on Lu Ming's head. Wu Zifeng said coldly. He waved his hand. Bang! Behind Wu Zifeng, a burly man stepped out. His berserk aura immediately blocked Qin Wushang. But then another burly man behind Qin Wushang also stepped out. His aura erupted like a volcano, instantly breaking apart the Wu clan's aura. Qin Wushang regained his freedom. Let the younger generation handle their own matters. We, the older generation, will just watch. That burly man from the Qin clan coldly stared at the Wu clan's expert. Both sides' experts faced each other. However, both sides had brought about the same number of people, and their cultivation bases were also about the same. They just happened to be in a standoff. They couldn't interfere in the matter between Lu Ming and Qin Wushang. Haha, that's right. The younger generation's matters should be handled by themselves. I want to see what gave a lowly ant from the Qin Tian star field the courage to speak to me like that. Qin Wushang laughed. His 6th layer heavenly god cultivation base rose to the peak. He took a step forward, walking toward Lu Ming confidently. Just now he had forced Lu Ming back with a single palm. He could see that Lu Ming was only a 1st layer heavenly god. In his opinion, a 1st layer heavenly god would not be able to withstand a single blow. Qin Wushang, you dare? Wu Zifeng shouted. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was even lower than Qin Wushang's. He couldn't wipe his hands. Brother Wu, since he wants to fight, then I'll accompany him. You don't need to interfere. Lu Ming raised his hand, stopping Wu Zifeng. Hee kid, you've got guts. However, a piece of trash like you still wants to fight me? Kneel down. Qin Wushang harumphed coldly and raised his hand once again. A giant palm was formed and slammed down at Lu Ming, trying to force Lu Ming to his knees. You're the one who should kneel down. Lu Ming's calm voice appeared. Meanwhile, 10 godly flames were ignited in his body. 10 types of divine powers circulated wildly, gathering together and dashing toward Lu Ming's arm. Whoosh! Lu Ming pointed forward, firing a spear glow into the sky. It soared into the sky, brighter than a meteor. Bang! The spear glow collided with Qin Wushang's palm, resulting in a great explosion. Qin Wushang's palm exploded and dissipated. What? Qin Wushang was astounded. Why had Lu Ming's aura suddenly skyrocketed? His attack was utterly shocking too. It had shattered his attack with a single move. The people who came with Qin Wushang couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. So powerful, Lu Ming is getting more and more powerful. Wu Zifeng was also astonished. You only have this bit of strength. I thought the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace were stronger. Lu Ming's voice was filled with mockery. Kid, you do have some strength. However, I didn't use my full strength just now. Now regret it. 7 injuries Divine Fist. Qin Wushang shouted and changed his attack. His palm turned into a fist. His body emitted a strange radiance that gathered on his fists. Boom. Qin Wushang threw out 2 consecutive punches. The 2 fists were like 2 meteors that shot towards Lu Ming. They were fast, but their power was shocking. This kind of battle strength was no longer below Sovereign Universe's full strength. He was definitely one of the top geniuses in the Qin Tian star field. However, with Lu Ming's current strength, it was easy for him to deal with an opponent like Sovereign Universe. In fact, Lu Ming didn't even need to use his ancient god physique or the battle character art. It was enough to rely on his 10 types of divine power, as well as various divine skills and secret techniques. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming also threw out a punch. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A huge 9-clawed dragon appeared and pounced at Qin Wushang. Then, Lu Ming threw out another punch. Another 9-clawed dragon appeared. The 2 9-clawed dragons twisted their bodies and pounced forward. The 9 dragon claws on their abdomens continuously clawed out, letting out a terrifying whistling sound as if sharp swords were tearing through the air. In reality, that was indeed the case. Now that Lu Ming had cultivated the invincible sword art, he could control the invincible sword energy. His divine power contained terrifying sword energy attacks. The invincible sword energy was used on the 9-clawed dragon's claws, causing them to become as sharp as swords. This allowed Lu Ming's attack power to reach a new level. Chapter 29-28. Bang. Bang. The 9-clawed dragon's sharp claws continuously clawed at the fist seal, resulting in a series of explosions. The fist seal continued to vibrate as cracks began to appear on its surface. How is this possible? How is this possible? Qin Wushang yelled in his heart. This was simply unbelievable. He had already used 100% of his strength and used his ultimate move, but now, he was still at a disadvantage. This was simply inconceivable. He was a 6th-layer heaven god, and had even mastered the sacred divine force. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only a 1st-layer heaven god. An existence that he had treated as an ant had actually displayed such shocking strength, causing his pride to suffer a great blow. I can't lose. How could I lose to an ant from the Qin Tian star field? 7 injuries Godly Fist, 7 injuries stacking. Qin Wushang yelled in his heart. His face turned pale as he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After spitting out the blood, Qin Wushang's face turned pale, but his fist intent had grown stronger. Bang. 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 Qin Wushang continued to throw out punches. Terrifying fist intents were fired continuously, merging with the fist seal from before, causing the power of his fist seal to skyrocket, emitting a blinding glow. Using your own injuries in exchange for an increase in attack power, such a brainless secret technique, hee. Lu Ming chuckled coldly as he took a step forward. Godly dragon, come out. Lu Ming yelled. Roar. 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 In the sky, the cries of dragons continued, and another 4 cries were heard. Following this, another 4 9-clawed dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Including the previous one, there were a total of 6 9-clawed dragon transcendents. After 200 years of cultivation, Lu Ming had already refined 6 godly dragon transcendents. The true power of the godly dragon transcendence technique was gradually revealed. The 6 9-clawed dragon transcendents lunged at Qin Wushang. The vast dragon aura caused the 9 dragons pulling the Qin clan's chariot to be terrified as they backed off. This was the suppression of rank. In the mystical dragon tribe, the 9-clawed dragon was undoubtedly at the top. The power of 6 9-clawed dragon dharma forms was astonishing. Moreover, Lu Ming had mastered the battle character secret art. Even if he didn't multiply his battle prowess, any divine skill or secret art would be strengthened by the battle character secret art. The attacks from both sides met in the air, and exploded into a shocking collision. Following that, Qin Wushang's fist imprints continuously exploded and crumbled. Puff. Qin Wushang spat out large mouthfuls of blood as his figure retreated rapidly. Lu Ming stepped out. The 6 nine-clawed dragons roared and chased after him. Quick, come and help me suppress this ant. Qin Wushang roared. Even now, he still felt that he was high and mighty, a level higher than Lu Ming. This was the common problem of those who were born into great powers. Just like the geniuses of the Qin Tian star field, when facing the people of the chaotic astral river, they would look down on the people of the chaotic astral river, thinking that they were superior and had a noble status. As for those who had climbed up from the bottom, they would not have such a mentality. Kill. There were 5 other youths who came with Qin Wushang. At this moment, all of them were charging towards Lu Ming. The moment these 5 youths attacked, the people of the Kongxian school were shocked. Because these 5 youths were all terrifying geniuses. All of them had mastered divine powers. 3 of them were at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm, and 2 were at the 5th level of the heavenly god realm. The 3 of them were at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm, and were no weaker than Qin Wushang. The 6 experts joined forces and launched their respective ultimate moves towards Lu Ming. Kid die. 7 injuries divine fist. Qin Wushang roared. He was injured by Lu Ming, but the power of his fist energy was stronger. He had cultivated a secret technique unique to the Qin clan. The more injured he was, the stronger his fist energy would be. However, facing such an attack, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. Battle character secret, double battle strength. With a thought, Lu Ming activated the double battle strength of the battle character secret art. A powerful force burst out from his body, filling his entire body. The 6 nine-clawed divine dragons roared. As their bodies twisted, they swelled up rapidly. Their bodies grew larger, and they became even more powerful. The 6 nine-clawed dragons lunged at the 6 youths. Meanwhile, Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hand, which was as huge as a mountain, and slammed it towards one of the youths. The young man was using all his strength to fight against a 9-clawed dragon, and had no ability to resist the attack of the long spear. He was directly suppressed by the spear, and was sent flying like a broken sandbag. He was severely injured, and his aura was weak. Following that, Lu Ming attacked another young man with his spear. After Lu Ming activated the double battle strength, trash like Qin Wushang was no longer a match for Lu Ming, and was easily crushed. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming continuously attacked with his spear. Every spear attack was able to suppress one person. In an instant, the 5 youths who attacked were all sent flying by Lu Ming, and were severely injured. Finally, Lu Ming's cold gaze swept towards Qin Wushang. Ah! Qin Wushang screamed in fright, and turned to run. You haven't even knelt down, and you want to leave? Lu Ming spoke coldly. He manipulated the 6 divine dragon dharma characteristics, and surrounded Qin Wushang. Brat, stop! At this moment, a big man from the Qin clan shouted and stepped forward, wanting to personally deal with Lu Ming. However, a big man from the Wu clan stopped him. Let the younger generation solve their own problems. It's better for the older generation not to interfere. The big man from the Wu clan sneered. This sentence was previously said by the big man from the Qin clan. Now, the big man from the Wu clan returned it to him. You. The big man from the Qin clan was furious. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, Qin Wushang is a disciple of the Qin clan. Although he isn't a core disciple, if you want him to kneel, you should think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences. His voice was cold and full of threat. Even if Qin Wushang wasn't a core disciple of the Qin clan, he was still a member of the Qin clan and represented the Qin clan's face. Making Qin Wushang kneel was equivalent to slapping the Qin clan's face. I've never heard of the Qin clan. I only know that if you want someone to pay for something, you should be prepared to pay for it. If he wants me to kneel, then he should be prepared to kneel. Kneel for me. Lu Ming shouted coldly, not giving him any face at all. The 6 nine-clawed dragons' huge dragon claws continuously pressed down. How could Qin Wushang resist? After barely blocking a few moves, he was controlled by the 9-clawed dragon Dharma idol. With a plop, he knelt down in the air in front of Lu Ming. Aw! Qin Wushang let out a roar like a pig being slaughtered. This was a great humiliation. He wasn't a core disciple in the Qin clan, and didn't have a good life. If this matter were to spread to the Qin clan, his life would be even worse and he would become a disgrace to the Qin clan. At this moment, He even had the heart to die. The other 5 youths from the Qin clan were pale with fear. They secretly rejoiced that they weren't the first to step forward. Otherwise, their ending wouldn't be any better. Chapter 29-29. Scram. With a wave of his hand, a burst of energy sent Qin Wushang flying. A large man from the Qin clan caught Qin Wushang, his expression extremely cold. Brat, you have guts. I hope you never step into the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion in your lifetime. Otherwise, you will regret what you did today. Let's go. The large man from the Qin clan left behind those words, then brought Qin Wushang and the others up to the war chariot. Then the 9 dragons roared and pulled the war chariot away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hu Yuwuya and the others let out a long breath, but their hearts were still very heavy, as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. Although the Kongxian school was temporarily safe, they knew that this matter was far from over. The treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion being stolen was definitely a big matter. Immediately, they welcomed Wu Zifeng and the Wu clan into the Kongxian school. After some explanation, Lu Ming found out that when Yu Wuya was young, he had unintentionally become friends with Wu Zifeng's grandfather. The two of them had gone on adventures together, and had a friendship of life and death. After that, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were betrothed before they were born. Therefore, Wu Zifeng often went to the Kongxian school, and Yu Linglong also often went to the Wu clan to play. Zifeng, what exactly is going on? In a large hall, Yu Wuya asked Wu Zifeng. I'm also not very clear about the details of this matter. I only know that about a few months ago, the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, was suddenly stolen. The thief's methods were extremely brilliant, and no one discovered it. However, the thief still left behind some traces. The experts of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion used those traces to come to a conclusion. The thief is very likely from the Qintian star field. Wu Zifeng said. How is that possible? The defense of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion is extremely secretive, and experts are as numerous as clouds. Who in the Qintian star field would be able to steal the treasure from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? Yu Wuya and the others could not believe it at all. In the Qintian star area, Xing Emo, the dean of the Mystic Academy, had the strength of the 3rd King God realm. However, in the Jiuju Heavenly King Palace, such a cultivation base was far from enough. Not to mention the 3rd layer of the King God realm. Even the 4th or 5th layer of the King God realm was far from enough. Who in the Qintian star field had the ability to steal the treasures of the 9 Extremes Heavenly King Mansion? I'm also confused about that. However, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace won't give up. This time, it's not only the Qin clan that has come, the other clans have also sent their people. Wu Zifeng said. Everyone's expression became even more serious. This matter was not simple at all. Everyone chatted for a while more before dispersing. Sure enough, a few days later, news began to spread throughout the Qintian star field. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, and the various aristocratic families came. Not only was the Kongxian school visited, but all the major forces in the Qintian starfield were also visited. For example, the 3 overlord forces, the Ice Soul clan, and the Scarlet Flame clan. The people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion were overbearing. No matter which force they belonged to, they would check their storage rings and Dantian Sea of Consciousness. The other forces were not like the Kongxian school, who had the Wu clan's help. Facing the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion and the other major forces, all of them were helpless. They could only accept the inspection of their storage rings and Dantian Sea of Consciousness. Even the Scarlet Flame clan and the Ice Soul clan were no exception. However, the result was that they did not find anything. There was no clue about the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion were furious. They gave the Qintian Starfield 10 years. If they did not hand over the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal after 10 years, they would send an army to trample the Qintian Starfield. For a time, the people of the Qintian Starfield were in a state of panic. Who stole the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? Why aren't they handing it over? Do they want to kill everyone? Who is it? For their own selfish reasons, they have harmed the entire star field. They will die a horrible death. Many people cursed. The Qin star field was in a state of turmoil, but they did not find anything. Not long after, another piece of news spread throughout the Qin star field. During this period of time, the geniuses of the various major forces of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion entered the Qin star field one after another. There were even some geniuses who set up an arena in the Myriad Spirit Star to challenge the geniuses of the Qin star field. In the end, the geniuses of the Qin star field were crushed and did not obtain a single victory. Ants will always be ants. So useless. What geniuses? They are all trash. The geniuses of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion were extremely powerful. They belittled the geniuses of the Qin star field, as if they were worthless. Some people were furious and went to challenge the geniuses of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. However, the result was destined. No one won. This made the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion even more arrogant. If the younger generation of the Qin star field can defeat us, we can extend the time limit to 100 years, or even 1,000 years. In the end, some of the geniuses of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion said. This made the experts of the various major forces of the Qin star field excited. If they could really extend the time limit, they might have a chance to find the person who stole the treasure and avoid being annihilated. In an instant, the top geniuses of the various major forces moved out and rushed to the Myriad Spirit Star. For example, the divine princes of the 3 overlords, as well as the top geniuses of the Ice Soul race and the Scarlet Flame race, all rushed to the Myriad Spirit Star. Of course, the various major forces also secretly sent experts to the Myriad Spirit Star. In an instant, the Myriad Spirit Star, the largest trading planet in the Qin star field, became extremely lively. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Ouyang Qingxiang, Yulinglong Wu Zifeng, and the others also came to the Myriad Spirit Star. The arena set up by the geniuses of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion is in the central square. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming said. Soon, they arrived at the central square. The central square was a huge open space. In the middle of the open space, there was a huge battle arena. During this period, the area was crowded with people. On one side of the battle arena, there was a row of seats. On the seats, there was a group of young men and women. These young men and women were all arrogant. Their eyes swept across the crowd in all directions with faint disdain. They were all geniuses from the various major families of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. There are quite a lot of people. Unfortunately, they're all trash. None of them are decent. A young man in a golden robe said indifferently. That's right. They're all trash. No matter what, this is still a star field. It's really disappointing to have just a few cats and dogs. Another young man said disdainfully. When the surrounding people of the Qin star field heard this, they were furious. Humph, the real geniuses of our Qin star field haven't arrived yet. Don't be arrogant. Someone couldn't help but say. Oh, and the real geniuses? Don't tell me you're just bragging? Ha ha. The young man in the golden robe laughed disdainfully. Who's bragging? I believe those geniuses will arrive soon. At that time, they might be able to fight with you. The person from the Qin star field said. Chapter 29:30. So much nonsense. If you have the ability, then get him to come out. The golden-robed youth coldly shouted. This brat, it's this brat. Suddenly, a youth on the stage roared as he furiously stared at Lu Ming. That's right, he was staring at Lu Ming. That youth had a scale between his eyebrows. He was one of the 6 youths who had gone to the Kongxian school with Qin Wushang. In fact, Lu Ming had seen this youth when he arrived, but Lu Ming had no intention of avoiding him. He had come here to find an opportunity to fight, so why should he avoid him? All of a sudden, all the youths in the fighting ring looked at Lu Ming. This is the guy who defeated you? And humiliated Qin Wushang? Another youth coldly said with a cold gaze. This youth also had a scale between his eyebrows. It was silver-white and flickered under the sunlight. Clearly, this youth was also from the Qin clan. This person was called Qin Wuyo. That's right, it's him, it's this guy. The youth who had gone to the Kongxian school roared. Good, very good. Qin Wuyo's indifferent voice sounded. and his body emitted a cold killing intent. Boom. He abruptly stood up from his seat as a berserk aura spread out in all directions. Divine grade divine power. He has divine grade divine power. What a terrifying aura. Heavens, he's a godson. Many people around the stage roared. Godsons were rare in the Qin-Tian starfield, and each one of them was a peerless genius whose name shook the vast starry sky. Now a random person from the other side was such a person. It was truly shocking. You dare to humiliate my Qin clan's disciple? Although he's trash, it's not up to you to humiliate him. Now get up here and accept your death. Qin Wuyo's cold voice sounded, and the gaze he looked at Lu Ming became even colder. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ming. Who is this? In the Qin-Tian starfield, many people did not know Lu Ming. After all, only a small number of people knew about the battle in the galaxy for the planet core. Most people didn't know that Lu Ming had fought with Mo Jui, the divine prince of the Mystic Academy, and even suppressed him. I know him. He's a saint from Kongxian School. It's said that he's very talented. The holy son of Kongxian School? The gap between him and the other party is too big. He probably doesn't dare to accept the challenge, right? That's for sure. He's a divine son. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? Around the fighting ring, many people were discussing. Who are you? Lu Ming's expression was calm as he spoke. Qin clan Qin Wuyo. Qin Wuyo said. Sorry, you misunderstood me. What I meant was, who do you think you are? You want me to fight, and I have to fight? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What did you say? Qin Wuyo's expression instantly darkened, and his murderous intent became several times colder. What's wrong with your ears? Lu Ming said faintly. Around them, the hearts of many people from the Qin-Tian star zone beat wildly. They were all impressed by Lu Ming's courage. Some people even thought that although Lu Ming didn't dare to fight, he was really brave to speak to the other party like that. You're courting death. Qin Wuyo's voice became extremely cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his body dashed down like an angry lion, pouncing on its prey. 6th level Heavenly God Realm. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw through the other party's cultivation as soon as he attacked. A 6th level Heavenly God Realm with divine grade divine force. This person was likely to be at the same level as Mo Jui. His combat strength was far above Qin Wushang's. Lu Ming circulated the divine force in his body, and was about to attack. Want to fight? I'll take you on. Suddenly, a voice was heard not far away from Lu Ming. Then a burly figure dashed out, and a blazing aura filled the air. Boom. The two figures met in midair and collided fiercely. Like two meteors colliding, circles of shockwaves were formed, rushing in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. Then the two figures trembled and floated backward. It's him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The one who rushed out to exchange blows with Qin Wuyo was the godson of the boundless sacred ground. Songyan Pajun. It's Songyan Pajun. He's made his move. A godson has arrived. Haha, this is going to be interesting. Lu Ming is really lucky. Otherwise he would have been in danger just now. Seeing Songyan Pajun make his move, many people were overjoyed. Songyan Pajun, as the top figure of the younger generation in the Qin-Tian star zone, was far more powerful than the other Sky Prides. With him making his move, they could finally fight with the Sky Prides of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be a decent opponent in the Qin-Tian star zone. Qin Wuyo stared at Songyan Pajun, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Cut the crap. Make your move. I want to see how strong the Sky Prides of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion are. Songyan Pajun shouted coldly. The burning aura on his body became hotter and hotter. His fighting spirit was stronger than his opponent's. Dong. Songyan Pajun moved and rushed to the fighting stage. His intention was self-evident. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Wuyo said ferociously. His body flashed and rushed to the fighting stage. Boom. Without any superfluous words, Songyan Pajun and Qin Wuyo fought fiercely. 7 Injuries Divine Fist. Qin Wuyo's body glowed as he used the 7 Injuries Divine Fist. 2 terrifying fist prints burst out and crushed Songyan Pajun. Although it was the same 7 injuries divine fist, Qin Wuyo's was much stronger than Qin Wushang's. Song Yan exploding fist. The Song Yan army destroyer was also a fist technique, but his fist technique was different. It was direct and domineering, and every punch was like a star exploding, containing boundless power. The two of them clashed head-on and fought fiercely. The huge fighting ring was filled with the power of their fists. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, and there was no clear winner. Boom. In the end, the two of them retreated and stood on opposite sides of the fighting stage. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be a decent opponent in the Qin Tian Star Zone. However, one is far from enough. Are there any decent experts? Come out together. The golden-robed young man in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion stood up and said lazily as he looked around. Clang. As soon as the golden-robed young man finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out not far away. Then, a sword radiance flashed and a young man with a sword on his back appeared above the fighting stage. This young man was handsome. He was the divine son of the invincible Kenzo, Sword Dao Wuji. As soon as Sword Dao Wuji appeared, a demonic light flashed from another direction. A young man in a black robe appeared above the fighting stage. He was the divine son of the Mystic Academy, Emojui. The divine sons of the 3 overlord forces had gathered. Interesting. Anyone else? The golden-robed young man asked again. Since you want to meet him, let's meet him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the sky, a young man in a white robe slowly walked over. Chapter 29:31. Every time the white-robed youth took a step, a snow-white divine bird would appear under his feet, making him look like an immortal. He looks a little like Bing Qing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It's Bing Xian, the 7th prince of the Ice Spirit clan, the strongest genius. Someone exclaimed. Just as I thought. Lu Ming pondered. No wonder he looked a little like Bing Qing. Bing Qing had told him that there were 4 people in the ancient god world who had cultivated the ancient god body. Her 7th brother was one of them. However, this name was really feminine. However, the temperament of the Ice Immortal was quite fitting for this name. Boom. Just as the Ice Immortal came out, a hot aura came from the other side. A wave of heat spread out. Then, a burly young man stepped out and appeared on the other side of the Ice Immortal. Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. Someone said that person's name. This youth was a peerless genius from the Scarlet Flame clan, and was as famous as Bing Xian. The appearance of Bing Xian and Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine made the golden-robed youth's eyes narrow. This was because the two of them gave him a lot of pressure. Interesting. I didn't expect the Qin Tian Star Field to have so many interesting geniuses. The golden-robed youth said coldly. However, his expression finally became more serious and no longer showed his lazy expression. Does what you said before still count? At this moment Lu Ming spoke. He was asking about the other party's promise that if the geniuses of the Qin Tian Star Field could defeat them, they would give the Qin Tian Star Field more time. Of course. As long as you can defeat us, we will give you 100 years. The golden-robed youth said. 100 years is too short. As long as we defeat you, you will have to leave the Qin Tian Star Field forever and never come back. Lu Ming said. Leave forever? How arrogant of you. That's impossible. The golden-robed youth's face darkened as he said coldly. What? You're not confident? Lu Ming sneered. What a joke. Although you have a few geniuses, you want to defeat us with just the few of you? What a joke. The golden-robed youth sneered. Then why don't we agree? Lu Ming retorted sarcastically. It's a matter of principle if you don't agree. It doesn't mean that you have a chance to win. It's absolutely impossible for you to withdraw forever. However, I can report it to the higher-ups and ask them to delay it for a while longer. After saying that, the golden-robed young man took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Then he waited quietly. It didn't take long for the young man in a golden robe to receive a reply. His expression changed, and then he said, If you can defeat us, then we'll give you 1,000 years at most. That's the longest limit we can give you. Of course, you won't have the chance. The golden-robed young man was still full of confidence. Whether or not there's a chance, we'll only know after we fight. If it's 1,000 years, so be it. Let's fight. Lu Ming immediately agreed. Emojui, Sword Dao Wuji, Song Yan Junpe, the Scarlet Flame Demon Pine, the Ice Immortal, and the rest of the geniuses remained silent. Many people found it strange that Lu Ming was acting on his own, but Mo Jiuyi and the others didn't stop him. In front of these divine sons, did Lu Ming have the right to do so? Naturally, they didn't know that Mo Jiuyi and the others were aware of Lu Ming's strength. They had long regarded Lu Ming as someone on the same level as them. As for the Ice Immortal and the Scarlet Flame Demon Pine, although they hadn't fought with Lu Ming before, they were well informed. Naturally, they knew about the fight between Lu Ming and Mo Jiuyi. Therefore, when Lu Ming agreed, they didn't stand out to oppose. If they could get 1,000 years, it would be good enough. It was much better than 10 years. Wait a minute. Now is not the time to fight. The battle will be held 3 months later. The location will be here. The golden-robed young man suddenly said. 3 months later? That's fine too. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he nodded in agreement. He understood that the other party had delayed for 3 months because there were still geniuses who hadn't arrived. However, he also needed time. How will we fight in 3 months? What are the rules? The Ice Immortal asked. It's very simple. We'll have an arena battle. Both sides will defend the arena. The last person standing on the arena will be the winner. Of course, there will be a limit to the number of people on each side. Otherwise, the battle will be endless. How about this? I'll give you a chance. We'll send 9 people, and you can send 18. How about that? The golden-robed young man said. Okay, it's settled. The Ice Immortal immediately agreed. It would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Although the number of people didn't matter much in a battle between top geniuses, this was an arena battle. Both sides would take turns to fight. The more people there were, the more they could consume the opponent's divine power. More or less, it would be of some use. Then it's settled. 3 months later, let's fight here. Let's see what kind of battle strength the younger generation of Qin Tian Star Field has. Let's go. After the golden-robed young man finished speaking, he turned into a ray of golden light and soared into the sky, leaving the place. Kid, someone helped you block today, but you won't have this opportunity every time. I hope you won't meet me in the next arena battle. Qin Wuyo glanced at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Qin Wuyo, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I guarantee that this kid won't dare to fight in the next arena battle. Another young man from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence sneered. There's no need to use such a low-level method to provoke me. I'll definitely participate in the next arena battle. Lu Ming said indifferently. I hope so. Qin Wuyo said and left the place. The people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence left one after another. Let's discuss the candidates for the next arena battle 3 months later. The Ice Immortal looked at the Scarlet Flame Demonic Pine. Mo Jiuyi, Jian Dao Wuji, Lu Ming, Song Yan and Pajun. You guys can discuss the candidates. It's fine as long as you leave me a spot. Lu Ming said and left with Qiu Yu and the others. Lu Ming, he's really going to fight? He really ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts. If it wasn't for Song Yan and Pajun, he would have died. For the sake of his face. He was provoked in front of so many people. If he didn't accept the challenge, wouldn't he lose all his face? That's true. However, it's unwise to risk his life for the sake of his face. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. How would these people know how powerful young master is? When Qiu Yu heard this, she pouted unhappily. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't mind. They left the place and found an inn to stay in. Lu Ming stayed in a guest room alone, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Old Liang, 200 years have passed. How's your refining of the Star Core's energy? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 2932. Given his current cultivation level, Lu Ming did not have the slightest confidence to participate in the arena battle this time. The geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace were unfathomable. He had no idea how strong they were. The ones that appeared this time might only be a drop in the ocean. Lu Ming wanted to improve himself to his strongest state. Lu Ming needed the energy of the Star Core to break through to the next level. For the past 200 years, Lu Ming had not used the energy of the Star Core. He had been absorbing the energy himself. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have improved so slowly. After 200 years, the quantifier formula should have refined a portion of the energy. I did refine a little, but not a lot. It's because your cultivation is too low that my refining speed is greatly reduced. The quantifier formula complained. It should be enough for me to break through to the second layer heaven god realm. Lu Ming muttered. Why was it that he was the one to blame in the end? Your cultivation has reached the peak first layer heaven god realm. You should be able to break through to the second layer heaven god realm. However, since you've mastered 10 different kinds of god force, it's hard to say if you can break through to the third layer heaven god realm. The quantifier formula said. You already have so much energy. Come give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. If he could break through to the next level, he would have a greater chance of success. Then you're ready. The quantifier formula's voice echoed. Following it, the quantifier formula in his divine sense emitted a blinding glow. A pure energy burst out from it and surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming fully executed the universe 10,000 Dao art and began to absorb the energy to break through to the next level. The energy was too strong. Lu Ming could feel his body swelling as it was filled with wild energy. Such a strong energy, but it only refined a small part of the star core. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of being shocked. The energy was extremely pure. Even though it was strong, it was being absorbed at a rapid pace too. Under the effect of the universe 10,000 Dao art, the energy was rapidly absorbed and turned into God force for Lu Ming. The flames of the 10 godly flames in his dantian grew brighter. Boom! A rumbling sound came from Lu Ming's body as the flames of the 10 divine flames strung together. In an instant, Lu Ming's aura rose by a large margin. Second level heavenly god breakthrough. After breaking through to the second level of the heavenly god realm, Lu Ming did not stop, because there was still a lot of energy left in his body. Lu Ming continued to refine this surge of energy. His cultivation level was increasing rapidly. Stable second level celestial god, early level second level celestial god, mid-level second level celestial god. Very soon, Lu Ming broke through to peak second level celestial deity. He was not far from the third level of the celestial god realm. There was still some energy left in his body, but it was not enough to break through to the third level of the heavenly god realm. Do it in one go. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with determination. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of divine crystals appeared on the ground. These divine crystals were all mid-grade divine crystals. The divine qi within them was many times denser than low-grade divine crystals. This was a rare opportunity. Lu Ming wanted to break through to the third level of the celestial god realm in one go. Bang bang bang! The pile of divine crystals exploded, turning into rolling divine qi. As soon as Lu Ming opened his mouth, the divine qi rushed into Lu Ming's mouth like a tidal wave, and was swallowed by Lu Ming. Rumble rumble! Lu Ming began to refine the divine qi with all his might. He wanted to combine this divine qi with the remaining energy from before to break through to the third level of the heavenly god realm. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lu Ming had accumulated a large amount of energy by refining the divine crystals. Let's begin. With a thought, the energy from refining the divine crystals merged with the previous energy and began to break through to the third level of the heavenly god realm. 3 months had passed. A large number of living beings had gathered at the central square of the myriad spirit star. The Qin-Tian star field was filled with people from all kinds of races. This time, even many of the top experts from the various factions had come. For example, the elders of various factions were secretly observing. After all, this battle was not only a battle between the younger generation, but it was also related to the safety of the Qin-Tian star field. The people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace are here. Someone suddenly yelled. In the distance, several rays of light were flying toward the square. There were a few dozen of them. Among them, there were more than 10 older ones. It was obvious that they were all experts with outstanding strength. The rest were all young people. These people stood in the air above the fighting ring and looked around proudly. Compared to the number of people around the square, their numbers were pitiful. However, their aura had suppressed the people of the Qin-Tian star field instead. Qin Tian Starfield, where are your people? Come out. It was the young man in a golden robe again. He stepped forward and his voice echoed across the square. The ice immortal stepped forward and appeared in the sky. Following it, the crimson flame demonic pine, Emojui Sword Daowuji, and the others stepped forward. There were 17 people in total. Almost all of them were geniuses from the Crimson Flame tribe, the Ice Soul tribe, and the 3 Overlord factions. Only 17 people. It seems like one of you is missing. Where's the arrogant kid from last time? Why isn't he here? The young man in a golden robe glanced around and said with a smile. The Ice Immortal and the others looked at each other and their eyes sank. They were indeed short of one person. That was because Lu Ming had not arrived yet. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't come. Where's Lu Ming? He wouldn't dare to come at such a crucial moment, right? He definitely won't dare to come. He offended the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Why would he dare to come? He'll only die if he comes. I guessed it. He's just being stubborn and doesn't dare to come out. The people of the Qin Tian Starfield started to murmur. Most of them felt that Lu Ming didn't dare to come. Huh. That kid only knows how to talk. He's a coward. Qin Wuyo sneered. Who said that the young master doesn't dare to come? At this moment, a shout came from afar. Following it, a few figures stepped forward. It was Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others. The one who spoke was Autumn Moon. Lu Ming wore a faint smile on his face. Not long ago, he had finally broken through to the 3rd layer Heavenly God realm. It was also because of that he was late. He really dares to come. Many people's eyes flickered. It was somewhat unexpected. Very well. Qin Wuyo's eyes flickered ferociously as he licked his lips. He did not conceal his cold murderous intent. You guys wait for me here, Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon and the others. He then stepped forward and arrived beside the Ice Immortal and the others. The 18 people of the Qin Tian Starfield had all arrived. Who are the 9 of you? The Ice Immortal asked. Bang bang. As soon as the Ice Immortal finished speaking, a young man from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace stepped forward. Including the young man in a golden robe and Qin Wushang, there were a total of 9 people. 9 people, 7 men and 2 women. The Ice Immortal and the others glanced at the 9 people with a stern expression, because there were some people among them that they could not see through at all.